Okay, good morning. I'm Marcia Ferranto. I'm the CEO of the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial and Museum, and I welcome you here this morning, all of those live here and all the people that are watching virtually. Thank you for being here with us, and thank you for joining us. I'd like to recognize one of my favorite people in the room, Congresswoman Val Demings is here, and we will be hearing from her in a minute. But we've been following each other around the country this week, so it's good to see you again. It has. So, often we start programs and we recognize sponsors, and it's sort of something that you get through. Well, I want to recognize a sponsor. I don't want to get through it. I want us all to internalize what it means for corporations to be sponsoring law enforcement, especially during the time where it was unpopular. These companies have stuck with law enforcement through and through, and it is very meaningful. And everyone watching and everyone listening needs to understand that these companies are standing behind law enforcement. Today's program is brought to us by Goodyear. And Goodyear has been an incredible partner with us, and they stand behind our traffic safety and wellness. Also, hanging out with us today, we have a couple of other corporate partners. We've got Whalen Engineering in the house. Welcome, gentlemen. We have Starbucks, we have NHTSA, Motorola, Verizon, Frontline, Mission Square Retirement, and then online, DuPont is watching with us today, as is Relentless Defenders and our partner Police Unity Tour. So I would like to really recognize every corporate partner that we have, especially Goodyear. You make this possible. You make it possible today, and it will save lives. So take it back to your company and tell them how much we appreciate it. Let's get started with our program. So today's program is being run by our Executive Director of Officer Safety and Wellness. His name is Troy Anderson. And I want to read to you Troy's bio. I'm not really in favor of reading bios often because I think they get long-winded. But the reason I think that this one is important today, it's important for you to know the caliber of professionalism that we have behind everything we're doing here at the Memorial and the Museum. So allow me to take a minute to read to you about Troy Anderson. This never gets old for me to read about Troy. So Troy Anderson began his career in law enforcement more than 30 years ago as a U.S. Army military police officer and served in combat operations in the Middle East during Operation Desert Storm and Desert Shield. He continued his work in law enforcement later as a correction officer for the state of Connecticut and as a municipal police officer in the state of Massachusetts. Just keeps getting better. Troy served the Connecticut State Police as a sergeant for 26 years, retiring as the Director of Wellness and Resilience. During his career, he served on patrol as a resident state trooper, a detective, international affairs investigator, and was the creator and program manager for STOPS, which represents state troopers offering peer support. And he did that for 10 years. In that position, he managed several law enforcement-related behavioral health programs, including the department's 2 CISM, Critical Incident Stress Management Teams, and Peer Support Program and Military Program. He was twice the recipients, not once, twice, the recipients of the Connecticut State Police Life-Saving Medal, Outstanding Achievement Medal, 2 Unit Citation Awards, the Commissioner's Sandy Hook Recognition Award, and the Connecticut Wartime Service Medal. Following the tragic and unthinkable school shooting at the Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut on December 14th, 2012, Troy managed the Connecticut State Police CISM teams that were deployed on site and tasked with providing interventions and debriefings for the affected members of the state police, municipal and federal law enforcement partners, first responder staff, support personnel, embedded clinicians, and state senior executives. I'm almost done, but isn't it good? Troy was the recipient of the 2013 International Critical Incident Stress Foundation Co-Founders Award for Excellence in Critical Intervention and/or Disaster Response based on his work with the Sandy Hook Elementary School tragedy. The 2016 Officer Paul Bucknam Memorial Peer Support Award for extraordinary leadership and dedication to mental health and well-being, and was presented extensively on critical incident stress management and peer support across the United States, Canada, and Europe. It is my pleasure to introduce to you the Executive Director of the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund's Officer Safety and Wellness Program, Troy Anderson.
Thank you, Marcia. I don't even know what to say following that. I want to welcome all of you and genuinely thank you for taking the time out of your schedules to join us both in person and online. I'm going to tell you a little bit about where we are here today on the campus of the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial across the street. And then, of course, the museum that we're in today. So I'm going to talk about our three-pillar approach quickly. I'm going to walk through this because that intro took so long that we may never get through the day. So I'm going to make this as brief as I can. So looking at the memorial across the street, those of you who haven't been there, I would encourage you to go across the street. Those virtually, please come down and spend some time at our memorial. It's absolutely beautiful. It's a place of remembrance, a place of healing, and an opportunity for folks to come together and really have a greater appreciation for the sacrifices that are made in law enforcement across this country. But it's more than just that when you think about the memorial. What we look at, and we're going to talk about this a little bit more today, but it's really the genesis behind what brought us here today, which is we look at the data that comes out of the data that's captured from our line of duty database, the captured data that we use to put together our mid-year and end-of-year officer fatality reports. So that is really what brought us here together. So we have the memorial. We, of course, have the museum, which you're in today, and you're going to get an opportunity at the end of the day to spend a little bit more time walking around. Absolutely phenomenal facility. We're super proud of it. This building tells the story, and so do the people that work here, by the way, a very dedicated group. They tell the story of American law enforcement, and it's told in such a way that it is designed to honor law enforcement, and that's what's being done here today. So I would encourage you, when you get an opportunity, to walk through the last piece, and that's the piece that I sort of oversee, is the officer safety and wellness piece. We have a number of components that are happening there, but one of the things that we do is work very closely with our partners at NHTSA. And as we work with our partners at NHTSA, we're sort of looking with that solutions-oriented approach. How can we make it safer for those who serve? Because really, that is part of our mission statement, making it safer for those who serve and keeping names off of the wall across the street. So what happened was we looked at that end-of-year 2021 fatality data that was released in January, earlier this year. And as we were looking at it on our team, and as we looked at it as a group here at the Memorial Fund, we looked at those numbers, and some of the numbers that jumped off the page, if you remember earlier this year, were sort of staggering. And one of those things that really seemed to hit us right in the face were the numbers related to traffic fatalities. More specifically, the traffic fatalities was struck by events. So we started to ask the questions, why? Why is this happening? Why is it now? How can we look at that solutions-based approach? Who do we need to bring together? And you are in the room now with the greatest experts that we have. This is an opportunity for us to come together. For some of you, you may have heard some of this before, but I assure you that nobody will leave here who is watching virtually who is not going to learn something new today. This is an opportunity for us to come together to learn new things, new concepts. And you know what happens with change, right? The change starts today, but we know that law enforcement is a change-adverse culture, isn't it? It absolutely is. We don't like change. We like the way things were done yesterday, right? We don't like change. Change confounds before it comforts, but I can assure you that if we don't make changes, especially as it relates to traffic-related fatalities, we're going to have traffic-related fatalities. We need to make changes. And when you see those numbers that are trending in the wrong direction, although we are fortunate to have seen them changing a little bit, but we know there's an ebb and flow to everything that has to do with watching fatality data. We need to get better at what we do. We've got the right people in the room today to make that change. For those of you who are watching back home, let's take this information. Let's implement this information. I know there's policymakers out there and change makers and agency leaders. Let's do what we can to pull this all together and make this exactly what we thought this could be when we were sitting there having a vision about what would this look like, getting the greatest minds in traffic enforcement and law enforcement leadership thinking process together in the same room. What does it look like? Well, it looks like today. So a couple of things. I do want to thank Marcia, our CEO, Marcia Ferranto, for really allowing us to put this together and for hosting this for us, because this was just an idea at one point, but it was an idea that we knew needed to happen. So I thank her for that. I thank our senior program manager, Nick Brule, because he really faced the challenge of putting this together head on and is just working tirelessly. And also always thanking our folks at NHTSA, John Marshall and his team. We couldn't work with a better team. Their support for law enforcement traffic safety is unwavering, and they do so much every day to save lives. So without further ado, I'm going to move on. I know that I have to do some video introductions, which I've never done this before, so this should be different. So it's going to give me great pleasure now to introduce two recorded comments from two U.S. senators that have been instrumental in the advancement of move over laws and roadway safety initiatives. This might be a part where I have to get our technical folks. Anybody want to hear a good joke while we do this? I got no good jokes. All right, let's make small talk. So is it hot enough out there? I walked over this morning and I couldn't believe it. I walked in and there was like a trail of sweat behind me that was coming out of my shoes. Ready. And for those who are watching in Alaska, you probably don't know what we're talking about, but it's kind of humid here in DC. Thank you. So we're going to start out with U.S. Senator Dick Durbin. He's a senior senator from the state of Illinois. Senator Durbin serves as the Senate Majority Whip, the second highest ranking position among Senate Democrats. Senator Durbin has been elected to this leadership post by his Democratic colleagues every 2 years since 2005. Senator Durbin, as chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee, and sits on the Appropriations and Agricultural Committee. Senator Durbin.
Hi, Senator Durbin here. Pleased to welcome you to the National Law Enforcement Traffic Safety Summit. You know, it's a dangerous situation for first responders who are responding to any issue on the side of the road. Whether it's an interstate highway or a rural two-lane, we need to protect those who protect us. For years, I've been pushing for increased safety measures in cars that protect both passengers and those outside the vehicle. The infrastructure bill that we passed, recently signed by President Biden, included a provision that we call the Protecting Roadside First Responders Act. It mandates advanced driver assistance systems, including automatic braking on all new passenger vehicles and some commercial vehicles. These features include automatic emergency braking, lane departure warnings, dramatically reducing crashes caused by distracted driving. Until now, they've only been included at an additional cost. Another piece of the bill allows existing safety grant funding to be used to fund the deployment of digital alert technology for first responders. This allows first responders to activate an alert that can tell drivers through existing navigation apps when they're nearing a first responder. Every time you respond to a roadside incident, you're putting your life on the line to protect the public. It's about time the federal government uses its power to protect you. Thanks for all you do.
And next, U.S. Senator Tammy Duckworth. She's an Iraq war veteran.
Hi, everyone.
Hey, how are you? I thought we were talking for a second. Maybe it was interactive. That's all right. We'll adapt. She's an Iraq war veteran, a Purple Heart recipient, and a former Assistant Secretary of the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, who is among the first handful of Army women to fly combat missions during Operation Iraqi Freedom. Senator Duckworth served in the reserves for 23 years before retiring at the rank of Lieutenant Colonel in 2014. She was elected to the U.S. Senate in 2016 after representing Illinois' 8th Congressional District in the House of Representatives for 2 terms. Senator Duckworth serves on several influential committees that give her an important platform to advocate for Illinois' working families and entrepreneurs. I introduce to you Senator Duckworth.
Hey everyone. I'm so sorry I couldn't be with you all in person today, but I'm glad I could join you virtually to underscore how important it is that we do everything we can to keep law enforcement officers safe on our nation's roadways. As the ranking member on the Transportation and Safety Subcommittee in the Senate, I've long been a strong advocate for transportation safety across the country, and I understand how critical these issues are. In just the last 13 years, more than 120 law enforcement officers have died after being struck by vehicles while stopped along highways, including 3 Illinois state troopers killed in just a single year, Troopers Ellis, Jones Story, and Lambert. My heart goes out to the families and loved ones of every officer killed in a roadside stop, and I know that we have a lot of work to do to prevent future roadside tragedies. That's why in 2019, I was proud to join Congresswoman Bustos and Senators Durbin and Fisher in calling on the federal government to study the effectiveness of move-over laws. As you know, these laws are designed to protect emergency responders, workers, and others who are stopped on the side of the road by requiring motorists to shift lanes or just simply to slow down. But sadly, states were reporting numerous incidents of drivers failing to move over and crashing into emergency responders and others. The federal study we requested found several challenges states face in implementing these laws and suggests ways that the federal government can help raise awareness of them, which I'm going to keep working to implement. So last year, I joined Senator Durbin in introducing a bill to do just that. I'm proud that the bill, Protecting Roadside First Responders Act, is now law as part of the bipartisan infrastructure law, and that the Biden administration included it in a national roadway safety strategy and will invest in innovative life-saving technologies that reduce risk and better protects first responders. As each of your participants in this summit, please know that I've got your back, and I look forward to hearing more about the discussions you have and any solutions or strategies devised to improve roadway safety for law enforcement. Thank you again for letting me join you today.
Thank you, Senator Duckworth. In 2020, like many organizations, we had to pivot when our Destination Zero conference for officer safety and wellness shifted from an in-person to a virtual event. With many moving parts and a mission to get critical knowledge out to the field, the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company stepped in with support. In 2021, Goodyear returned to us once again and provided the financial and content support that we needed to bring that conference to the national law enforcement audience once again. Now in 2022, the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company's vision for officer safety and its commitment to supporting our mission has grown, and we're incredibly grateful for their support now as our lead sponsor of vehicle and roadside safety. As our partner in this mission, we are blessed with the engagement of their leadership team who serve on our advisory boards and provide important thought leadership to our efforts to reduce law enforcement traffic-related fatalities. It gives me great pleasure now to introduce one of those standout thought leaders, Brian Doherty, Channel Manager for Government Sales at the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company. Brian.
Good morning, everyone. So this is my first time in the museum. I got a chance to walk around a little bit beforehand, and wow, it was pretty impressive. Was down for the vigil back in May for the candlelight vigil, and we thought we would tour the museum then, but due to some plane delays, we made it too late. The museum had already closed, so we did get a chance to go across the street and check out the wall, and then go to the vigil at night. And it was such an honor, and it was so moving to be there for that event. I don't have words really to express that. This is my first time being at one of these events also, so bear with me a little bit. Up to like about a week ago, I was naively thinking I was going to be sitting out in the back there with some of you, and then I got the opportunity to be able to speak, and at first, I'll be honest, it was terrifying. But then I kind of realized that the honor that it is to do this. So I kind of decided to step up and fulfill that. Same thing that Goodyear. So we've sponsored or supported law enforcement for many years. It didn't just start with this sponsorship. We have a profound appreciation for the service and sacrifices of law enforcement officers. We strive to provide products that will help others that will help officers finish their day safely. When the opportunity to partner with the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund to improve vehicle and roadside safety for our nation's law enforcement officers came up, it was something that we took very seriously, and we saw the opportunity to really show how much officer safety means to us. So it's our sincere hope that together we can help make the roads safer for law enforcement officers on a daily basis. And now I'm honored to introduce Congresswoman Val Deming, Florida's 10th Congressional District. Congresswoman Demings has served the U.S. House of Representatives since 2016. But prior to that, she served for 27 years in law enforcement on the Orlando Police Department. There, she rose through the ranks and became the department's first female police chief, a remarkable accomplishment for a Black female starting in law enforcement in the 1980s. She served for 5 years as chief and oversaw a 40% drop in violent crime. She is an advocate for public safety, all too familiar with the dangers officers face on the roadways. Please welcome Congresswoman Val Demings.
Well, let me say good morning to all of you, and thank you so much for that introduction. Standing up and talking to your friends, people who are all on one accord with the same goals and purposes isn't so bad after all. It is my honor, my privilege to join you today. I want to start off first by thanking Marcia and Troy and the whole team, the entire team here at the National Law Enforcement Museum, Memorial and Museum, for all that you do to tell the stories of America's law enforcement officers, to tell their stories. People who go to work every day, never knowing if they are going to make it back home to their families. We know we stand here at this wonderful facility because many didn't make it back home. And so, Marcia, and to your team, we thank you for telling the story of America's law enforcement officers. I stand before you this morning as a former police officer who had the privilege of going through the ranks to become Orlando's 36th chief of police. I spent 27 years at OPD. It was a place that I loved, a profession that I loved. I still do, by the way, a place where I feel I grew up. Some of you, I know there are some sheriffs in the room who know that my husband also is a former law enforcement officer, started out at OPD in 1981 and worked his way up to become Orlando's 34th chief of police. So yeah, we have an interesting family. But we have 3 sons, and 2 of our sons are firefighters. Now, okay, and let me just say, when they were firefighters, right? So I'm like, okay, guys, we're proud of you. We're proud of you, right? But what happened to, you've watched your parents every day put on the uniform and put on the gun belt and go out to keep America safe. And they said, well, we don't want to get shot at. I said, okay, well, let me just say this part. Running into burning buildings. Let's think about that. for a minute. But we have a family that is committed and dedicated to public safety. When I think about serving in the U.S. House of Representatives, I never forget on some of those challenging days that the citizens of Orlando, when I was elected, they sent their police chief to work for them and their interest in Congress. What an honor. You know what? After being elected, I was sworn in on my mother's birthday on January 3rd of 2017. And I always wondered, what would my first speech be about on the floor of the House of Representatives? This person who grew up in Florida, the daughter of a maid and a janitor who had the honor of serving as police chief and now elected to the House of Representatives. I wondered, what would that first speech be about? Would it be about infrastructure? Would it be about education? Would it be about our economy and keeping our economy on track? Would it be about our national security? Well, I can tell you this morning, I shall never forget my first speech on the House floor. It was on January 9th of 2017. It was National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day. And Lieutenant Deborah Clayton of the Orlando Police Department was shot and killed in the line of duty on that day while trying to apprehend a man who had shot and killed his pregnant girlfriend. See, when I was appointed chief, Deborah was my first promotion. I promoted her to sergeant. She was my first promotion as the chief of police. Deborah Clayton was a good person, and Deborah was a good police officer. But guess what? On that same day, if that tragedy wasn't enough for us to deal with, we lost another officer from our community. Orange County Deputy First Class Norman Lewis, known to his friends as Big Norm. Norm was killed during the manhunt for Lieutenant Clayton's killer. Deputy Lewis was a motorman, and he was killed in a crash, just like 242 other law enforcement officers from 2017 to 2021. See, yeah, they had tough jobs. They sometimes seemed superhuman, as America's law enforcement officers always do. But Big Norm was known for his kindness. Once, after he issued a traffic citation, the person he had stopped wrote a letter to his supervisor. Now, y'all are going to be shocked at this, because most people who get, the sheriff gets the letter from somebody who was stopped in a traffic stop, they're not commending the officer. But for Norm, this is what the person said, and I quote, "I am poor in my wallet when we met, but I am richer for the experience of someone who truly exemplifies a good cop." As you all know, when a law enforcement officer goes down to rise no more, it's a terrible, horrible, painful loss to the community, to the police departments where they serve, and to the nation. I'm reminded of a poem that says, "Today, a law enforcement officer died, and a part of America died." Last year, 58 officers were killed in traffic-related incidents. Nearly as many as the 61 who were shot. We do. We focus a lot on gun violence, and we should. There is not one day in the House of Representatives that I don't think about how we can reduce gun violence, not just for the people in the communities that we serve, but for our brothers and our sisters in blue. 11 of those 58 officers were struck by vehicles. No death, none are acceptable. And we, to the experts in this room, to every police executive, to every member of the community, we must do everything within our power to protect those who protect us every day. You all know our officers go to work. Every day that they hit the street, their lives are in danger. And the job of law enforcement executives, I was one, is to make sure that we give our officers the training. We train today, we win tomorrow. We must give them the tools and the policies necessary to enhance, improve officer safety. Last year, Troy, you mentioned it a bit, at the Destination Zero Officer Safety and Wellness Conference, Harris County Lieutenant James Preston explained how his agency achieved an 89% decrease in crashes on priority 1 calls. And they did it without any major changes in policy. First, they emphasized safety measures like seatbelts and those traffic safety vests. We need to see you. We need to make sure that you are safe. In 2015, an article in the journal Policing found that officers who were not wearing seatbelts were 180% more likely to be seriously injured or killed. Think about the tremendous loss, a loss that we never get over when an officer goes down, never to rise again. With training and reputation and practice, remember that muscle memory. We want it to be a mindset for our officers. We can make sure that officers feel confident that they can fully utilize their safety equipment without limiting their mobility in the event of a threat. We're always concerned about that. I remember as a police officer pulling up to all the calls have the potential to be dangerous, but we're trying to get out of that seatbelt because we want to go in and be able to move in a safe manner. Harris County created a driving simulator. They ramped up internal training for high-risk stops. They emphasized data and transparency and accountability. Remember, it's about safety, our number one priority. It's about safety, our number one priority, and we know we owe that to America's law enforcement officers. Overall, in Harris County, they brought down at-fault line of duty crashes by 94% in just 2 years. During my law enforcement career, I served as the commander of the Special Operations Division, the motors, traffic enforcement, Marine and Mounted Patrol or K9 unit, and traffic homicide. How well I know that there is a lot going on in the day of a police officer's police radios, mobile computers, cell phones, navigation systems, proactive patrols, always looking for that which is out of order, that which is unusual, that which does not belong there. And that's what we want them to do, those distractions. But safety, ladies and gentlemen, safety must always be first. It must be a mindset. Now we know enhanced safety measures, equipment, training, these things do cost money. We understand that. So let's explore how Congress can help. Gosh, as a member of Congress, I love saying that this morning, how Congress can help. Every now and then, yeah, we do. This year, I voted for new funding through the National Law Enforcement Roadway Safety Program. You've heard a little bit about that, to help with no-cost training, technical assistance, and resources to local, state, and tribal law enforcement agencies. That funding was signed into law, so I am hoping our agencies can make good use of this new funding. In the next coming weeks, we will vote on bills that will assist smaller police departments. That's critical because we all know smaller departments many times don't have the same resources as larger agencies do to be able to offer this type of training. So I'm hoping that once we pass this legislation in the House, that we can get the Senate to act and pass these bills so that across our great nation, we can take advantage of funding to help keep our officers safe on the road. We're also excited about new funding and the bipartisan infrastructure bill. Senator Duckworth talked about it, that will help us secure digital alert technology. A program in Pennsylvania using this system was able to reduce crashes involving roadside assistance vehicles from 30 in 2018 to 0 in 2020 to 0, according to the Federal Highway Administration and Governor's Highway Safety Association. Our legislation also requires a new study on move-over laws, like the one that we do have in my home state of Florida. And we know these type laws are critical to protecting officer safety during highway stops. So Congress is working on this issue, but of course, we can and we must do more. As a U.S. representative, I've had the honor of joining you for the candlelight vigil during Police Week. I've gone a whole bunch of years, of course, before I was elected to Congress. But since I've been in Congress, I've had the honor of reading the names of the fallen from my home state of Florida. Our police officers take an oath to protect and serve, and they take that oath very seriously. Every day, they put their lives on the line, whether behind the wheel or on the side of the highway. Our job is to work together. You and me, work together, Republicans and Democrats and independents. Let's work together to keep them safe. We owe that to them, and we owe that to our communities. I am grateful to the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund and the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial and Museum for convening this first of its kind event as we work to protect the ones who protect us. Thank you to the people in this room. As I heard some of the names being called, it brought back such fond memories of Wayland and Goodyear, Motorola, and others. We've been together for a long, long time. Thank you for supporting the men and women in blue. May God continue to watch over you and watch over America's law enforcement officers. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Congresswoman Demings. Really wonderful remarks. Appreciate it. Let me introduce myself quickly. I'm Nick Brule. You should know my name. It's on all the pieces of paper that I think a lot of you guys got, and at the bottom of the screen where you register and everything. A few housekeeping things while Joe is getting my presentation up. If you can remember to silence your cell phones, that would be great. Safety wise, we are in a shelter in place location. So if we get some real bad weather, we're in the right place. Exits are on both sides. Bathrooms are directly across the exhibit floor. We're on the exhibit floor here. If you see where the Indiana patrol car is, the bathrooms are right over on that side. Lunch. You should have, for those of you who are here, not for those folks who are virtual, you should have a map of locations to grab some lunch. It is beastly hot outside. Nothing I can do about that. That's just Washington summer. Welcome. So what was the other thing I wanted to mention? We have a couple of presentations that might be tough to watch. So there might be some strong language, right? We're all adults. A lot of us are cops. So we may be used to that. But I want to make sure that everybody is cautioned adequately about that potential for some of that foul language or disturbing images. So what we have today here, and Troy mentioned it, and I think the Congresswoman mentioned it as well. We've put a package together for you. It's a package that is going to start with me presenting on the fatality data. So I'm going to set the stage, right? I'm going to give you the bad news. And keep in mind, the information I'm giving you doesn't have the injuries, doesn't have the property damage, and doesn't have the near misses. And I'm speaking specifically about struck-bys, but it's also about a lot of other incidents that occur on the roadways. One of the things we are going to try and do, and for those of you watching virtually, if you go to questions@nleomf.org, you can send an email with your question and we will try to get to it. If our presenters are allowed to leave time, we will try and leave time for questions from here as well as virtually. No promises. This is a very tight schedule that we're on, and I want to keep us on schedule. We have a lot of information. For those of you in personal attendance, you're in for a treat. You got to stay for the whole movie picture, though. We have swag bags, and we've had some sponsors, and some of our participants here have donated items to put in those bags. They're full of information. They're full of tchotchke. They're full of some really cool technical toys. So you'll each be able to get one of those at the end of the day. We hope to wrap up by 4 or before, depending upon how our presentations go. Once that's done, you're invited to stay and look at the museum. We have a simulator. There's a Harris 3 simulator that's a driving simulator apropos to what we're doing today. We invite you to go take a look at that. If you have time from lunch, you want to come back early from lunch, the simulator operator will be there to help show you how that simulator works. There are lots of simulators, but we have one in the museum. We also have a use of force judgment simulator. We don't necessarily need to get into that today. It's been said that if it's predictable, it's preventable. And you might hear that again today. But we have in this house here representatives from the alphabet soup of law enforcement. And it is the first time in my knowledge of getting NSA, IACP, National Law Enforcement Roadway Safety Program, the Governor's Highway Safety Association. We have representatives in our office from NTSB here. We have an officer, and I think there's more than one. We have officers here who recently suffered a fatality in a struck-by, here to listen to what we're saying so the solutions we provide can be taken back to be crafted into policy or training for that agency. This is all about saving lives. And that might sound like a cliche at this point, but it's not. And when I go through my data, you'll see what it is that I do in our cooperative agreement with NHTSA. We're going to talk about struck-bys. We're going to talk about single vehicle crashes, preventable. We're going to talk about seatbelt uses. And at some point during the day, we may talk about tire deflation devices. I've got some statistics on those that should be startling. And again, I'm not talking about a badness for that tool. It is a tool. I just think we need to think about what's happening out there with regard to those devices. So let me start my presentation. And let me just give you a quick background. A lot of this is based on, we do reports. We do annual reports and we have mid-year reports. We just released our mid-year report. Everyone here has got a copy of that mid-year report in their swag bag. For those of you who are online watching us virtually, and by the way, I think we're up to 400. Where's my tech folk? I think we're up over 450 people who are watching virtually right now. And I think the numbers continued to increase earlier today. You can find that mid-year report, which tells us where we are with regard to shootings, traffic safety, traffic-related deaths on our website at lawmemorial.org or nleomf.org. And we have a blue navigation bar at the top, and it says Memorial. Click on the Memorial on the right-hand side. It says latest fatality report. So you can find our mid-year report there. So looking at the data, following me is going to be Todd Lease. And I don't want folks to get super wrapped up in the numbers because there's going to be discrepancies sometimes. And there's a reason behind the discrepancy. The Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund has a criteria. So if you look at ODMP and you look at us and you may look at some other sources, we have a criteria for what is a law enforcement line of duty death. It's been that way since 1990. We've amended our criteria to allow for the World Trade Center deaths and to capture all of those horrible cases of cancer and other illnesses as a direct result of those folks who work down at the World Trade Center, Shanksville, and at the Pentagon. But our criteria is what makes us the experts on law enforcement line of duty deaths. So sometimes cases don't come in time to be included on the wall, so their numbers fall in the next what we call publish year. So I may say there are 28 struck by fatalities. Todd might say 30. The numbers different because sometimes those folks who are considered law enforcement, and Todd might be able to explain it better, but sometimes we have auxiliaries. If they don't have a post-certification, they don't have arrest powers, they don't meet our criteria. That doesn't mean they don't get counted. I'm just talking about what our criteria is, because a lot of people come up to me and they get really hung up on the discrepancy in numbers. So it's just a fact of what we deal with. So what I do is, and let me just give you a quick background for me. So I was a policeman here in Washington, D.C. I did 25 years with the Metropolitan Police Department. I retired as a lieutenant, and I retired working in our traffic safety branch. I supervised our major crash unit for a cup of coffee. Cheryl will tell you I was there for a couple of years, and then went on to do other things to support our traffic safety unit. I then retired and went and became the director of security for the Washington National Cathedral. You should all be familiar with the cathedral. It's where we hold our most prominent public services for our presidents and heads of states and other dignitaries. So I did that for 2 years, and then I got hired in 2014 and began working on our NHTSA cooperative agreement. So today I want to talk about our data. And the data that we get, which comes from those submitted cases so that the names can go on the wall, comes with a data form. We ask for the crash report. We ask for the CAD. We ask for anything that agency will get us to help us understand how that death occurred. What were the circumstances? And you'll see through my presentation that I do my best to dive into. Is it dark? What kind of roadway was it? What were the officers doing when they were struck? What happened to them? Were they wearing their seatbelt? If I can find out, was the driver who struck them impaired, drowsy, distracted? You're going to hear about D drivers. We should be talking about D drivers. And I think actually Congresswoman Deming already gave you the number, 242. That is from a 5-year study that I did. And I just completed that study a couple of months ago. And this is all based on our data. Between 2017 and 2021, 242 law enforcement officers were killed in traffic-related incidents only in those 5 years. And you can see the breakdown here. 137 of those were auto crashes. Now, there's a subset that comes out of auto crashes, and that is single vehicle crashes. And I'm going to talk about that in a minute. 87 struck by crashes, and then 20 motor crashes. And when you look at our data, you'll see we pull it out for auto crash, struck by, and for the Memorial Fund, a struck by means an officer is out on the street, or deputy, or whatever they may be. They're out on the street. We also have those cases where officers are in their cars and have been rear-ended while on the side of the road, and we capture that too. But in the Memorial Fund, we don't call that a struck by. That is simply a vehicle collision. So here's what it looks like as you're looking across those 5 years. There's some variances there. 2020 was an extraordinary year. And that's one of the impetuses for us to be here. This is why Troy and I talked about putting on this summit. This is actionable, right? There may not be a whole lot we can do about shootings at domestic violence calls. We can certainly call out that those are the most dangerous things to do, but these have elements that are preventable. We can work with our officers. We can do things to mitigate things, to make things safer. You're going to hear about fatigue. You're going to hear about complacency, right? Things that make it dangerous for officers and things that we need to avoid. So here's another breakout of those larger numbers. The blue bars are auto crashes, but the red bar, the motorcycle crashes kind of stay steady, and I'm going to give you some data on that. But it's, for me, the red bars that is really concerning. And in 2021, and if we think about 2020 and 2021, I mean, we were in a pandemic. Vehicle miles traveled were reduced. Meanwhile, we still had a ton of crashes. And not only do we have a ton of crashes, in 2021, we doubled the number of struck-bys from 2020. I mean, to say that's unacceptable is ridiculous. That's a cliche, but it is. I mean, it's absurd that we went up 100%. So we want to know what's going on and what we can do to prevent that. So again, I mentioned data points. 20% of the crashes, and this is all traffic-related crashes, involved an impaired driver. That is a low number, meaning I wasn't able to capture all the ones that for whatever reason, I couldn't find out that the driver was impaired. What I do try and do is go back and even read reports or contact that agency to find out, hey, what happened with this case here? Do you know if that driver was charged? Were they charged with manslaughter? Was impairment involved? So I'll also try and grab distraction on the part of that driver, or drowsiness, or try and find out what it was that was involved in that crash. 28% were felonies, meaning these involve criminal actions on behalf of the operator, either being pursued or they intentionally rammed and ran over officers. We had a number of cases of officers who were intentionally run over, or in some of the other cases, their cruisers were intentionally rammed by the suspect, killing them. And then 20% of officers were not, 47, let me not get that number wrong, 47% of officers in this 5-year window were not wearing their seatbelts in the auto crashes. That seems like a big, big number to me, a bad number. And we've got to change that. If any of you coming in notice that there's a Harley Davidson motorcycle right by the registration desk, you folks at home, sorry. But we just moved in a Metropolitan Police Department 1981 Harley Davidson motor with a sidecar on it. It's a historic piece of police memorabilia that the DC Police has been hanging on to, and we're loaning it to the museum. As they were moving it in and putting the sidecar on, which it was funny, they kind of forgot how to do it. So it took them a while to get the sidecar on. The VMO, I was telling him about the summit, and he goes, "Oh, that's good. Can you get them to wear their seatbelts?" And he's just the VMO, but he reads all the crash reports and he knows about all the workers' comp claims. And that were the first words out of his mouth. Can you get them to wear their seatbelts? Congresswoman Demings mentioned, there are tactical concerns that officers have, and I get it. I lost a number of name tags jumping out of my car with that seatbelt, grabbing them. And now officers wear outer vests, and they've got all kinds of stuff on there that can get caught, to say nothing of your firearm or your radio, but it's not an excuse. There is a video that has been put out that was produced, I think, at the Maryland Police and Correctional Training Center, using I think Montgomery County PD as well as Maryland Toll Facilities Police put out a video trying to do a Mythbusters on the fact that you can get out of your seatbelt, or you can learn to tactically back up if you're threatened. Get yourself out of there rather than trying to jump out and engage. So I mentioned we were going to talk about single vehicle crashes. So out of that number of 137, 54 were single vehicle crashes, and that represents 38% of all vehicle crashes. 52% of those occurred while responding to a call for service or a call for backup. I don't know if everyone's familiar with some of the crashes that has happened early in this year, and it wasn't a single vehicle crash. It ended up being a struck by, but it was a trooper who was the brother of another trooper responding to back up his brother. And he came in trying to assist his brother, and there's a terrible crash, and it's a tragedy. And I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus or anything, but that is a tragedy. And I'm going to mention a little bit about some of the things that do occur that we have to avoid. I can't imagine being a police officer who unintentionally struck another officer and killed them. And it happens. So struck by crashes, of the 87 officers killed, 33% of them were on the scene of a previous crash. And this is really one of the things we're going to focus on today. And you're going to see in your swag bags. And at the end, the very last portion of our program today is going to be me demonstrating some illuminating technology that's out there to help on the roadway, to keep officers personally safe, but to also illuminate these scenes, to help create a visual taper, to perhaps get us away from using regular flares. I think, regular flares work. They're great, but, for me, there were always drawbacks. They smelled, they were smoky, they set your polyester pants on fire, and you leave wire all over the place. And if you've struck the flare and started it and forgotten to bend the wire, those sparks really feel good on your hands. So again, they work, they're good. A lot of agencies still use them. They don't last that long. So hopefully I'll be able to showcase some technology so everyone can look at and say, oh, well, here's some alternatives, right? But we'll get into that. But this is a critical point in my data. 33%, over a quarter of the officers who were struck were already on the scene of a crash with their lights on, right? Hopefully helping motorists involved in the crash or investigating it. That's a huge number. 20% of the ones struck were conducting a traffic stop. And 14 of the officers, and we're going to see this again, were deploying tire deflation devices. And again, I'm not being critical of those, but we have to look at that. To me, that's a really high number. And you'll see later, I think we've already had one this year, trying to deploy tire deflation devices to end a pursuit or stop a stolen car, whatever the situation is, and that officer is struck and killed. We've got to look at that. Motorcycle crashes. So there were 20 motorcycle crashes that were fatal in 2017 to 2021. And the only thing I want to mention about that is that in looking at those, and this has been consistent along my 8 years of doing this research, escorts, motor officers doing escorts are killed in a lot. It's a very heavy circumstances for officers being killed, whether doing VIP, dignitary parades, or funeral escorts. I know a couple of times officers are going ahead of the traffic to cut and pull their traffic at the next intersection, and people either turn out of the group going to the internment because they don't want to go to the internment, or something happens to where those officers are being struck and killed. I mentioned roadside crashes. So there were 8 while officers were stopped along the side of the road conducting police business. And that can be anything from helping a disabled motorist, making a traffic stop, or doing things other than being on the scene of a crash. NHTSA, I mentioned I do my research and I supply NHTSA research every month. And so we look at slow down and move over. And you see the number of cases there out of this number that involved a violation of slow down and move over for that state, because the laws aren't quite the same in every state. I don't know if everybody's aware of that. Some laws require different slow down rates, speed limits to slow down to. Almost all require, I think all do require you to get over, if you can, get over one lane. So that's a proprietal name, but I should have tire deflation devices on there. I mentioned it already. 14 officers struck and killed while using or deploying tire deflation spikes. And within that number, there are a number of officers who struck and killed their fellow officer. It wasn't just the suspect. I highlighted the states. Again, NHTSA likes details on where all these crashes are occurring. I also break it down by agency type, right? And we cover everything at the Memorial Fund. We do corrections, tribal, university, municipal agencies, sheriffs, and constables. We run the whole gamut of law enforcement here. So I can even break it down by that type of agency. But you see, and again, these states that are leading the top are huge states. So I'm not saying anything positive or negative, but these are simply the facts. Those are the top 10 states for law enforcement traffic-related fatalities. And so here's my NHTSA map. And NHTSA, if you don't know, is broken out into regions. And Region 6, which has Texas, Oklahoma, New Mexico, Louisiana, and Mississippi in it, normally leads the way. However, in this 5-year study, Region 4, which you see circled there, has the highest number of law enforcement-related, traffic-related fatalities. So where we stand today, 34 officers have died already this year in traffic-related fatalities. 16 were in auto collisions. There's been 6 single vehicle crashes. There have been 10 struck-bys and 2 motorcycle fatalities. And as I mentioned, one of those drivers was using tire deflation devices. So what can we do? And this is one of the things that we're really here for. And I designed this whole thing. So I set the stage. Todd is going to then come up and talk even more about struck bys and what's happening on our roadways. And then we're going to begin to get into the solutions piece. This is my chunk of the solutions piece. Wear your body armor. And some people might say, well, what does that have to do with traffic safety? We have a video, and the National Law Enforcement Roadway Safety Program also uses this video from the officer in Macedonia, Ohio. He was struck from behind while stopping traffic and facing away from the traffic by a vehicle, and it caught his right rear ankle, shattered his ankle, put him up onto the hood of the car, and rolled him over onto the side. It's on his dash cam video. You can find that on our website, on our roadway safety program on our website. We went up and interviewed that officer to get his story because he survived and came back to work. One of the things he said was, I was really glad I was wearing my vest. It helped me prevented me from getting further injuries. And the vest can protect you on crush injuries. So if you're on a motor, we want to know if you had your vest on. If you're in a car crash, we ask if you had your vest on. The vest can protect your body, right? Your liver, your kidneys, your lungs, all that. Wear your seatbelt, right? This goes without saying, but it's obvious a real problem in law enforcement. Wear your high visibility vest. Congresswoman Demings mentioned Harris County Constables Precinct 5 from Texas. And they had a saying, and you've probably heard it before, but it's one worth repeating. If your feet are on the street, the vest is upon your chest. And there's always been a reluctance in law enforcement to wear that big old ugly, reflective vest. You've got to have it on, right? It's not going to stop you from getting injured, but it certainly is going to make you more visible. And one thing, if there's nothing else we're going to help cover today, it's about making law enforcement more visible to reduce the chances of being struck. Excuse me. Conduct right side passenger approaches and conspicuously mark your vehicles. We're going to hear about traffic incident management from Todd. So which is more visible? I know you can see the police on the back of that Explorer, but the other Explorer with the chevrons, come on, much more visible, right? And then this last one, which is more visible? And I'm not trying to be a hometown guy by showing an MPD car with the Captain America Pepsi thing across it, but but honestly, I'm not sure what's going on, and I'm not trying to disparage that agency, but I just don't understand it. And as I travel the country, I see more and more folks going to black cars. They're not even black and white; they're black. So it may say police or sheriff on the back. That's it. I think we need to change that. So that's my presentation, and right on the button, my time. You're going to hear from Todd next. So we're going to take a 10-minute break and get Todd set up. I'm sorry we don't have time for questions. Maybe there are no questions. If you do have questions and you have a really good question, bring it to me and I will try and introduce it at the next session. So thank you all very much. Well, and keep ourselves on track here. So if I can get everybody in their seats, we want to keep our program moving so we can keep it on schedule and get everybody out of here on time, and just keep all this great information flowing. So I want to introduce Todd Lease. Todd is the Traffic Incident Management TIM Coordinator in the Traffic Engineering and Operations Department for the Pennsylvania Turnpike Commission. Prior to becoming the Pennsylvania Turnpike Commission TIM Coordinator, Mr. Lease worked as an Operations Center Duty Officer for more than 15 years in the Pennsylvania Traffic Commission? Now I've already forgot it. Turnpike Commission Traffic Operations Center. Prior to his tenure at the Pennsylvania Turnpike Commission, he worked as an emergency dispatcher at the Derry Township Police Department and at Lebanon County 911. Todd is a former volunteer firefighter, emergency medical technician, hopefully that doesn't come in handy today, and hazardous material team member, and is currently a RecMaster 6/7A certified. He might be able to tell you what that means. Todd is a 2018 graduate of the I-95 Corridor Coalition Senior Leadership Operations Academy, a 2019 graduate of the I-95 Corridor Coalition Freight Academy, and was named the 2018 ITS Pennsylvania Person of the Year. He was also the 2022 Turnpiker already? Okay. He was the 2022 Pennsylvania Turnpike's Turnpiker Employee of the Year. Todd currently leads the statewide Traffic Incident Management Program, Pennsylvania Traffic Incident Management Enhancement, PennTime, and serves as the Assistant Director of the Emergency Responder Safety Institute and ResponderSafety.com. So I want to welcome Todd.
Thanks, Nick. Thanks. All right. Talk a little bit about my background. If I don't stay close to the microphone, just let me know. Just was up there. Now it's going. My background, volunteer firefighter, 1982, EMT, hazmat team member. Sounds like I can't hold a job, right, based on all this stuff, but I can. I worked for the Turnpike for the past 23 years and love what I do. How many times are we doing routine things on our roadway like this, traffic stops? And are we doing everything safe or everything right, everything correctly? Is there a better way to do things there? How about here? How many police officers are handling routine incidents like this? Stable vehicle. Active emergency responders or law enforcement in the room. How many of you have an escape route when you step out of your vehicle? If you don't listen to one thing I say, where's my escape route? Where can I go? What's on the other side of that wall? Do I know what's on the other side of the wall? Is there a steep drop? So we're going to hear a little bit more about, they're going to be a video that's going to narrate what happened at the scene here.
For them, the SUV zoomed by as Gonzalez jumped out of the way and over the barrier. The alleged drunk driver was arrested and charged with driving while intoxicated and aggravated assault with a deadly weapon on a police officer. The people from the stranded car were not hurt. Gonzalez is out of the hospital but suffered a serious back injury. Precinct 5 says he may need surgery. In Houston, Dave Gonzalez, KHRU 11 News.
So how many times do we have incidents like this that occur on the roadway? How many times do we have officers that are hurt that we don't forget about, but we honor the people that have been struck and killed, but do we pay attention to the people that are suffering? How many people have back problems like me? Does that ever go away? No. And so the aches and pains you have during the day. I mean, you see me and you see this physically fit guy, but not everybody's like an athlete like me. We're out here. How about here? When we have an incident like this, how many times are we working with our back to traffic and not paying attention because it's a routine incident? How many people have passed an emergency scene where all the firefighters are held together, all the EMTs are held together, all the police officers are held together, and nobody's talking to the tow operator, right? Forget him. We got to do better. We got to, Traffic is our enemy. We have to make sure we're protecting ourselves. This is a struck by crash, though, that occurs here. And again, these crashes are difficult to watch, but what can we do differently? How can we change the way we do things? Can we put a vehicle between us and the enemy? Enemy is traffic. Are people paying attention when they're driving down the roadway? Are they looking at the windshield? We could do everything with lights and do everything we do, but if they're not looking at the windshield, is that a problem? So 3 points I want you to remember today. Be the voice. What do I mean by be the voice? Well, how many times do we complain about slow down, move over, or safety, or an issue, but we don't say anything about it because somebody else is going to be the voice and be the champion for that cause, right? That ever happen? We have to be the voice. We have to rattle the cages. We have to make sure that we get out there and spread that message because nobody's going to do it for us. Why do you expect people to do things for you? Get out there and do it yourself. Be that voice. How many of us have heard this? We've always done it this way, so we're not going to change, right? Or it's brother. We tried that once and it didn't work. We tried it once 20 years ago and it didn't work, so we're not going to try it again. Anybody have that happen at your agency? Yeah, we hear it. Be an advocate for training. There is free training. I'm going to talk about training here, but there's free training. Do something beyond the training. How many of you have taken a 4-hour TIM course or 6-hour TIM course? How many have done anything beyond that 4-hour TIM course and looked at stuff? Yeah, we have to do, just because I take a TIM class, is that going to protect me? If we don't incorporate some of the things we learn, we have to make sure we do that. Go further. Pre-plan for roadway incidents. Do we ever plan for roadway incidents? We plan for everything else. We have an idea of what we're doing, but do we plan, all right, do we know our most frequent crash locations when we go out there? And do we figure, okay, this is where we're going to set out traffic control? Raise awareness. Again, be the voice. Meet, listen, and train with your fellow responders. Yes, you are the smartest person in the room. Yes, you're the smartest person at the incident, but listen to some of the other people because they may have come up with an idea that's going to impress you. And I will steal your best ideas. I steal stuff from Scott. I steal stuff from Dave. I don't care. I'm not, at the end of the day, I don't steal items. I steal ideas. Yeah. I just wanted to clarify that. Good enough is the enemy of your best. Anybody hear that statement? Anybody turn in anything and say, is this good enough? Yeah. 6th grade, Milton Hershey School. I went to Milton Hershey School. My dad died when I was 2. I went to school at 4. And I was in Mr. Blatchley's class. And this is a photo of us from 6th grade. And I turned in a paper to him and I said, Mr. Blatchley, is this good enough? And he said, good enough is the enemy of your best. And that has followed me around forever and ever because now it's like I do something and it's like, is this good enough or is this my best? If it's not my best, guess what? Keep working on it. That handsome man, as you can see, is this handsome man. I said, there, I figure I was 10 or 11 years old. So if you do the math, you figure I'm 23, 24 now, right? I feel like I'm 78 years old. I act like I'm a 3-year-old. Somewhere in between, I try to narrow it down here. So again, communicate, coordinate, cooperate. We've all heard that, right? Do we communicate, coordinate, cooperate, or do we think our idea is the best idea? We're not going to listen to anybody else. Do your best to train for roadway incidents. Again, talk things out. Talk about driver training, blocking, setting up a team, a traffic incident management, and we'll talk about that all. Do your best to plan for roadway incidents because we work together. And we're going to show you some training that we do. What's your most frequent crash locations? Who's responsible for what at an incident? Where's your traffic control placed in your vehicle? If you have a cruiser, are my items in the trunk that I'm getting out to provide traffic control? Who here has ever said as a law enforcement officer or as a responder, I'm not going to put out traffic control because I'm only going to be on scene for 5 minutes? Anybody? Have you ever been on scene for 5 minutes? 5 turns to 10, 10 turns to 20. Finally, we're at a half hour, and it's like, man, I really wish I would have put out traffic control. Yeah, just do it. Proper PPE each and every time. High-vis vest, whatever you have out there to make yourself visible. No shortcuts to safety. How many of us take shortcuts to safety? Okay, if my wife asks me to do something in the house, what am I going to do? I'm going to go out there, and I'm going to, if I have to fix something that's high, I'm going to try to do it with a little step stool, right? I know I need a ladder, but I'm going to try it the easy way first, so I don't have to do that. Do we ever do that? We have to stop thinking that we can take safety shortcuts and still not be injured or killed. Proper PPE. If you're free on the street, they mentioned this earlier, the vest is on your chest. Proper early warning. Do we put out any kind of early warning using flares, cones, signs, whatever we have? Digital alerts. This is digital alert. This is what I have in my car for the Turnpike Commission. The agency that you talked about in Pennsylvania that we went from 30 vehicles struck to 0 is my agency at the Pennsylvania Turnpike. And we love these. This is a device called a Haas alert, a digital alert. There's other devices out there. But yeah, I turn my lights on in my vehicle, and within 30 seconds, there's a message put up there saying, emergency vehicle ahead, slow down, move over. Is that a good thing? Again, it's one tool. It's not the end all be all, but it's one tool in the toolbox that we need to have. Proper blocking and positioning. Do we ever look at the way we block or think about that after we clear the scene? Work together. Everybody that goes to call, how many times do we leave other responders on the side of the roadway? 5 times out of 65 responders killed last year, 5 times we sent the safety away that was protecting us. Within 2 minutes, a responder was killed. Is that good enough? No, we got to do better than that. Some stats here. You see, back in 2020, between 2019 and 2020, we had 2,500 more fatalities. 1 year later, 2021, we're up to 42,000, close to 43,000 fatalities. Why, when we have less traffic on the roadway, are we having more fatals, more people being struck, more officers, more responders being struck? So, if there's 6.7 million police reported crashes per year and 8 emergency responders go to each of those crashes, there are 54 million targets on the roadway. Do you feel like you're a target on the roadway when you're out there? This is just some of the crashes that occurred in this country. So, typical year, 10 law enforcement officers struck and killed. 4 fire and rescue, 20 towers, several transportation professionals. This is from the TIM class. This is from the Federal Highways TIM course. We're not in typical years anymore. At least 2 emergency responders are struck every day in the United States, whether it's a property damage crash, an injury crash, or fatality crash. At least 2. How do I know there's 2? Because we keep track of these and we try to track them. And I'm just getting information from people that send me text messages, phone calls, whatever, let me know about these incidents. We have a good network of people, but I'm sure we're missing many crashes. Responders struck and injured every 2 days in the United States. Responders struck and killed every 6 days in the United States. Okay, think about that. Responders struck and killed every 6 days. So one of the things we're working on is a new struck by database, report struck by. So if you go to report struck by, it's going to give you the information. It's part of what I do for the Emergency Responder Safety Institute, respondersafety.com, because we're trying to use data. We're trying to track the information. So I encourage everybody, if you have a struck by, whether it's a property damage crash, whatever, to go there and put your information into this database. Tomorrow we're having a kickoff meeting on how we pull this data out and how we use this data. So we'll be working on that as well. Voluntary reporting, tracking, and analysis of the struck by incidents. This is the website. And again, when you go there, it's going to take you to the responder safety site, but it's going to ask you some questions. It's going to ask you the incident time, the type, the location, roadway incidents, information, responding agencies, duration. And again, this type of information, type of vehicle. Well, again, we're trying to get as much information like Nick mentioned. We're trying to get information so that we can paint a clear picture. Why? Data allows you to get more funding, right? At times. Do we want to be able to find information out and be able to share this information out? Yeah, we want to. I have people say to me every day, how many people have been struck in this country so far this year? I don't know. I know that there's 29 that are struck and killed. I don't know how many people are struck and killed. Last year, when we had 65 responders struck and killed, I got asked by somebody, and at the time we had 47. And the person that asked me said, 47, that's not bad. Really? So after I gave him a hug and we became good friends, I said to him, that's not 47 individuals. That's 47 families. It's 47 communities. It's 47 workplaces. I said, there's hundreds and thousands of people that are affected when this happens. So I never want you to say 47 isn't bad again. So the vehicle on the bottom there was one that occurred in Pennsylvania, Interstate 95. Female tow operator saw the vehicle coming towards her, jumped in the driver's door and out the passenger door, just missed being killed. 1 year later, almost the exact same spot as where this occurred, same towing company lost a customer that was hit and is struck by a crash that occurred on the roadway. So breaking out some numbers here, and Nick gave some numbers, but 2019, there were 18 law enforcement officers that were struck and killed. So we track it a little bit differently. We sort of lump in the officer in the vehicle and the vehicle assault crashes as well. 11 vehicles struck while conducting traffic stops, 5 officers killed working with motor vehicle crash scenes, and then 2 officers were killed helping with disabled vehicles. That was out of the 44 responders that we had killed that year. 18 law enforcement, 14 tow, 3 road service technicians, and 9 fire EMS. 1 year later, 17 law enforcement officers. Again, 13 officers struck conducting traffic stops or involved in some other type of law enforcement activity. 3 were struck and killed while motor vehicle crash scenes, and 1 officer was struck and killed doing physical training. He was out conducting training. I believe that was down in Georgia. Again, out of 46 the number. 1 year later, we're up to 65 emergency responders, 30 police officers struck and killed. Is that good enough? Does this show you that what we're doing isn't working and we need to do something differently or something better? Yeah. So far this year, 29 emergency responders struck and killed, 11 law enforcement officers. This is a map I make up showing you where all the responders have been struck and killed in the country. Again, this is accident vehicle assaults. And this is just the past maybe 7-8 years. Again, so if you click on those, that information, we'll show you here. When you click on that, it brings up information about that officer or about that person, gives you a photo of them, tells you what happened. And again, we want to show you that these happen everywhere. There's no state agency or whatever that these don't happen. So if you have somebody that had been struck and not included in this database, just let me know and we will update this. This is something I do in my spare time. Again, so this is on respondersafety.com as well. So how many of us are D drivers? Other than me, how many of you are D drivers? How many of us? We have 600 people in this room. All of you are liars because you're not reading. Who here, anybody drive drunk here today? Drugged, legal. How about, it doesn't have to be illegal drugs. How about cold and flu medicine that makes you a little bit loopy? Drowsy? Anybody here drive drowsy? Yeah, every day. How about distracted? Who here talks on the phone in the car and drives? Whether it's hands-free or not. Have you ever gotten from point A to point B and thought, how did I get there? Yeah. Who here eats food in the car and drives? Look at me. I don't miss a meal. I mean, I got to maintain this figure. Deliberate. Anybody out there driving deliberately bad? Yeah. He cut me off, so I'm going to cut him off, right? Dangerous to just plain dumb. Federal Highway took out just plain dumb. I put just plain dumb in because dumb's dumb. I saw a girl in Pittsburgh a couple years ago eating a bowl of spaghetti. Look at me. I'm a fat guy. I like spaghetti. I want to know where she got the spaghetti. She needs to eat it while she's driving down the roadway. But because I don't want to be that D driver, I'm not doing that. How about here? Who here is the disgruntled driver? The angry, pissed off driver. Yep. Developing a younger driver. I'm getting to be the distinguished older driver. I don't like people riding my bumper. I'll pull over and let people pass me. Driverless cars. Tesla's a level 2 automated vehicle. We're now testing level 3 and level 4 automated vehicles. How do we know that they're not going to run over a responder? We're working on an AV incident response plan in Pennsylvania. We'll share that data out with anybody as well to do that. So it's a survey done by the National Safety Council and distracteddriving.org and the Emergency Responder Safety Institute. 4 out of 5 people use their hands, use their phone when they're driving. So as a demonstration, I get a lot from people saying, I drive hands-free and they do this. Hey, dum-dum, I don't want to call you stupid, but that's your hand. It's not hands-free. Just because you're on a speakerphone, okay? All parents are driving with their kids present in the vehicle. And distracteddriving.org has great lesson plans to train in schools from preschool on up to teach your kids how to talk to their parents about distracted driving. It's free. You're always looking for free ideas? Go to ndd.org. 3 types of distraction: manual distraction, cognizant, and visual distractions. So, COVID has impacted people driving. Have people gotten better since COVID driving? No. Have they gotten worse? Why? We have less traffic on the roadway, but everybody's driving faster. Everybody's driving more distracted. How many people have become Zoom zombies? You get on, you're driving, you're an important, busy person. I'm driving on the roadway and I'm trying to be on the meeting that they want me to be on, but I'm trying to get to where I need to go. Does that ever happen? Are we driving distracted? We underestimate the risk of emergency responders out on the highway. How many people don't move over for that responder out there because, well, they have 2 or 3 feet. Well, unless you stood out on the highway when traffic's passing you at 70, 80 miles per hour, you don't understand, right? What happens if that police officer, what happens if that emergency responder steps on a rock, a pebble out there on the roadway? Now he falls into traffic. Who here has changed a flat tire? Have you ever changed a flat tire where you haven't dropped the lug nut and it rolled behind you? So what if you're changing a flat tire on the side of the roadway? What am I going to do? I'm going to retry your back for that tire or for that lug nut. Hopefully not the tire. But, again, we just react. So the National Unified Goal, everybody probably knows the National Unified Goal of traffic incident management, responder safety. Who's your responders? Fire, EMS, towing, doesn't matter who you are. Safe, quick clearance, getting the stuff on the roadway, off the roadway as quickly as possible after the fire's put out, after the patients are treated, after the investigation done. Prompt, reliable, interoperable communications. That's great that we can talk to each other on the radio, but how many times do we not talk to people that are at the incident scene? We don't talk to the other responders because all of a sudden we become shy. Anybody here shy? Like me? Yeah, we got to talk to people. Training outreach. So what do we do? We're doing training, doing public outreach. We're increasing situational awareness. We're meeting fellow responders, and we develop joint SOPs and SOGs. Sometimes we hear SOPs and SOGs, and that's a dirty word, right? We don't want to work together. We don't want to put anything down on paper that could come back and bite us in the butt, right? But we do that. So training. These are the numbers for Federal Highway. The last May 23rd was the last one I got. So again, we go out and do training. Pennsylvania, we're up to 32,500 emergency responders trained. That's great until you look at that we have 54,500 emergency responders. We've trained 60% of our team. Is it good that you only train 60%? These are the numbers. And sure, I fudged. We were at 59.6. I'm rounding up. But yeah, we conduct training all the time. I do a number of trainings that we do online. We do it virtual. So we try to get that. But look at this total. Law enforcement. 37.4% of law enforcement officers have received TIM training through the Federal Sharp 2 TIM training program. Let me reiterate that. 37.4% have received TIM training. Why? Why isn't that 100%? What are the two most frequent responders struck and hit on the side of the roadway? Police officers and towers. Which disciplines have the least amount of training? Towers and police officers. And again, police officers have training. You have training on a lot of other things. But, do we get complacent on the side of the roadway? So I volunteer for the Cumberland Valley Volunteer Firemen's Association, which is the parent company of Emergency Responder Safety Institute and ResponderSafety.com. Who here has heard of ResponderSafety.com? Every hand should be up. If you have not heard of them, go to the website. Why? Free training. How much is that free training? Free. I'll give you a coupon to get the free training absolutely free as well. 47 training modules that we currently have out there. Some of them are law enforcement specific. Many of them are responder specific, but you can take them online. How expensive are they? Free. Did I say be the voice? So don't just sit there. I mean, I know I'm all this. Don't stare at me. I'll stare at you. It gets very uncomfortable, right? We gotta share. We gotta be out there. So free online training, respondersafety.com. We got 10 modules that get you the TIM certificate. So how many people, if you're taking the TIM course, even if you want a refresher, go to respondersafety.com. Take these 10 modules. Take the knowledge check. See, I'm a very good student. I completed all these. Again, free online training. These are some of the courses that we have out there. I completed the connected vehicle, but I still have to pass the test. So I'm go through there, and every time I take it, I'm a little distracted. So distracted students aren't a good thing either, right? I just got to sit down and listen. How many people do training in classrooms? How many people use tabletop exercises? Do we do that? People love to play with Matchbox cars. My budget, I have Matchbox money. I don't have Hot Wheel money. We don't do that. But I have 200 Matchbox cars, and we play Matchbox cars, and we talk about who Positions where? How about this? We're developing a new training module or a new virtual reality training that we could give you the windshield perspective. Then we can have you get out of the car and walk up to the vehicles. And what do I see when I walk up there? How does that differ from what I see when I'm in my vehicle? Then we could create snow. We could create time of day. We could create shadows. We could create rain. Is that a helpful tool? So again, we'll have that training out hopefully by October. If anybody wants to see a demo of this, let me know and we'll be glad to share a demo with you. Again, be seen at the scene. Emergency vehicle lighting. Are our lights too bright in some of our vehicles? My lights in my turnpike vehicle are too bright. I cannot drive with them on, otherwise I'd blind myself. Okay, overnight last night, a fire department pulling into an incident scene in Pennsylvania, struck and killed a pedestrian, a patient that was on the side of the roadway. Now, I'm not sure all the circumstances, but are lighting possibly a factor there? No? Yeah, so we got to look at this better. Who can tell me what's going on here? Can you see what's going on yet? And again, why don't I see my big red fire truck? How many of you have taken the time to put somebody in high-vis gear, put your emergency lights on your vehicle, walk back, and see if you can see that person on the side of the roadway or beside the vehicle? Have you done that? If you don't, do that. How about here? Do we blind people coming through our scenes? How about that? Is that going to make you see spots? We blind people all the time going into our work zones. Routine incidents on the side of the roadway. Have we ever looked at turning those lights down? Can we reduce the visibility? Again, can you tell what's going on until you get up to the scene? So one of the things that we've done at the Emergency Responder Safety Institute is we did a lighting study and looked at the amount of lights and how it impacts motorists and what they perceive with that vehicle. So that lighting study is available on respondersafety.com. Based on the study, the higher intensity lights present more glare, but aren't necessarily better. Have you ever seen a responder vehicle that has every light in the world on it? And it's like, oh, that's great. I'm visible. Well, no, you're not. You just blinded the people that you're trying to do. Low intensity lights provide basically the essential same level of visibility. Vehicles using stationary or nighttime blocking should dim your lights out. Perceived level of visibility. What colors are we using in our lights? And again, everybody thinks that red and blue is going to make it safer at the scene, right? Because police have red and blue, right? Who's the number one responder the last couple of years are getting hit? Police officers with blue lights, with red lights, whatever, where people are not paying attention to them. How about here? Advanced warning. How many people put out advanced warning at an emergency scene? Okay, cones, flares, whatever you're using. What are we using? It's a product here that I tested. Sequence is up. Does a great job. You'll get one of these in your swag bag if you stick around at the end of the day. These kind of lights, a beacon for life light. Are they effective? They're a nice heavy light. They're raised up off the ground. Is that good? Yeah. Who do you see better? Two guys in high vis, two guys out high vis. We make excuses all the time as why we don't want to wear high vis. How about these? Again, Pennsylvania State Police Trooper, that was a responder safety video shoot that we did. And for that responder safety video shoot that we did, they said, I told the colonel for the state police, I said, I need these guys to wear vests, otherwise I can't use them because it's a safety video. And both of them told me that they had over 20 years experience in the police department. That's the first time they ever wore their vest for longer than 20 minutes. It was embarrassing. They were that wrinkled or they were that creased that it's like, I got to roll you around in dirt and make it look like you've been here before. Set the example. Which one's the fire chief? Yep. You got the trooper flashing gang signs. You got the guy out of the 80s movie. This is a bad Pennsylvania version of the Village People, right? Got the firefighter again, I'd like to say we staged the scene, but we didn't. Again, we gotta be out there. If an older or the Amish guy could wear a high vis vest, you could do it too, right? If the person that's out there picking up carts at the grocery store could wear a high vis vest, you could do it too. You know, we have vests, we have lights like this, and Nick's going to show you these later on. But how many people have seen a light like this? Personal light that goes on you. Again, gives you some other increased visibility. We need to make sure we're visible. How many of us have looked at after action reviews, and how many of us have looked at our incidents beyond when we have them? Are we afraid to look at our incidents? A lot of times people say, I don't want to do an after action review because we're going to get hung. You're looking to hang somebody. You're looking to, it's a witch hunt. No, we're not looking to discipline people. We're changing processes. The photo on the left-hand side, these are public documents. I'll share these with anybody that wants to see these. We never marked our gates on the turnpike. Why? Because we knew where our gates were. But we had a doctor get on the gate, and we thought he was saying he's a pool house road, and he was a schoolhouse road. Is that a problem? Yeah. Toyota Prius hydroplane went underneath that tractor trailer. We did that after action review because it went so well. And after we did that, they started saying we started smelling really bad chemicals. We started having a problem. Is that a problem? Did you back up, look at anything? Nope, we kept working it because we wanted to get them out. Okay, you risk being killed, die, because we want to rush in. And again, so our after action reviews, we do a timeline and we come up with strengths, areas, improvements, needs, wants, suggestions. This one that we just did for Pennsylvania responder that was killed last year. We just completed this, turned it over to the fire company. And, we talked to the responders. As part of this, one of the firefighters called me up and said, hey, we used to carry 5 cones on our apparatus. And then one of them got hit. Then we carried 4 cones. And then one of them got hit. Then we carried 3 cones. And one of them got hit. We carried 2 cones. And I said to the chief, don't you think we should buy more cones? And his response was, no, they're just going to get hit anyway. Do we have that mentality in our agency? Do we need to change that? Do we need to be the voice? We need to come together. We need to work together. This was a move over event that we did up in Pennsylvania on March of last year. That fire truck belonged to Riley, Tyler Laudenslager. He bought that for his daughter. His daughter was 10 months old when Tyler was hit and killed, cut in half. Married a high school sweetheart. The 2 trucks there for towing, both of those guys were, both those agencies have had tow operators struck and killed. Okay, conclusion. Communication is the key. We got to talk. Don't forget to listen and breathe. Train and coordinate the response before the emergency occurs. Establish instant command. Talk about unified command. Work together and communicate. Be professional. And don't be afraid of change. Again, what did I say? Be the voice. Good enough to the enemy, your best. And no shortcuts to safety. So thank you.
That was fantastic, Todd. Thank you very much. And I want you all to know I'm pressing our presenters to keep us on our schedule. So all of this is going to be put in a report at the end of this, and this will also be available. We're going to edit it a little bit, obviously, and it'll be put up on our website so we can all reference it later. But we're going to put up a report out at the end of this, probably end of September, but don't harangue me. I'll get it when I can. I know I want to take a vacation after today. So a couple things I wanted to touch on, and then we'll take a break. One of the things in the video you saw Todd put out there was that officer standing on a 2-lane road making a driver's side approach and seemingly insisting wanting to stand there as traffic brushed his butt, and then oncoming traffic had to stop so there was not a head-on collision. Right side approach for a traffic stop. I don't know why we can't do it. I don't know why agencies are not doing it. Right side approach. It's safe. I also mentioned, and distraction has been mentioned, in 3 of our cases from 2021, because I got the reports and reviewed them, and because the agencies were very forthright in their telling of the story, 3 of those crashes were basically the result of the officers being distracted. One was on their phone, and the last words that the officer they were on the phone with heard was, "Oh shit," right? And there have been other stories like this. We're going to hear from CDC NIOSH, who's done some studies. They did a study on a Kentucky state trooper, I think, who was on his phone trying to coordinate with dispatch while driving to catch a driver. And his phone line was still open when the crash had occurred, and he was on the roadway or trapped in his cruiser dying. The distractions in the cars are a problem. We've got to train on those. We've got to figure out a way. I mean, and every once in a while we post messages for NHTSA, and I'll put up a picture. It's got the low jack, it's got the MDC, it's got the police radio, and it has whatever. There's some other equipment that's on the dashboard. I mean, it's ludicrous, you know. And to expect our officers to not only track all that stuff, but then drive safely. Distraction is a big problem. We mentioned Waylon. Marcia mentioned Waylon, and Waylon is here. I think Waylon is here. Yes. Are you guys? All right. Awesome. The deck lid that's out there is from that NASCAR that was made up with our seal on it, as well as the names of all of the fallen from 2021. And so you can go take a look at that. But one of the things I think, and I can clear it up with the Waylon guys if I don't get it right, in terms of lighting, is their light bars will talk to each other. So if a car pulls up behind the other, it'll set to a different setting so that we're not blinding people at night. After action reports, again, we're going to hear from CDC, NIOSH. We're going to hear from Melanie Fowler, and she's going to go through one of the crashes. But I think one of the things that you'll hear from that is incident command on these major crashes, right? We've got to use the tools that all came out of 9/11, which was that ICS, right? That's a great way to coordinate a scene, make sure somebody is in charge of that scene. And we're not all running around going, well, I can't close the highway. He can close the highway. He's not here. Whatever it takes. We've got to make sure we have those things organized. And then if you haven't, and Todd mentions the towing and recovery folks, we've got to work with our towing and recovery folks. And I know I sound like an advertisement for a lot of things, and that's not my intention. If you've ever watched, it's out of Canada. It's Heavy Rescue 401. It's a fascinating show. My wife and I watch it. And it's about these companies that come and pull these semis that wipe out up in those Canadian winters, right? But you learn a lot by watching that show, and you learn how truly dangerous it is for these tow crane operators and these recovery folks who are trying to allow traffic to flow while they're getting their rotator in to then pull this heavy wreck semi off the roadway. And you see they work with the Ontario Provincial Police, and you see how they work with law enforcement. Now, OPP is on their back to get the roadway open, but it's a newfound respect from me for our towing and recovery folks. And it's something we all have to think about in law enforcement. We can't, as Todd said, leave the scene and be like, you got it, right? And then the next thing you know, that tow crane operator gets killed. So, all right, let's take a break. We'll be back here in a few minutes, and we're going to hear from Below 100. All right. I think we're going to get back into it. Class. Yeah. All right, so let's get back into it. We did have some questions that came in online, and we're going to respond to those. Someone was asking about the alert system that Todd referenced. You can find that information at HAAS alert. That's all one word, HAAS alert.com, right? So for those of you online who submitted that question, that's where you can find the data or the information on that product. I want to introduce Tom Durlam. Tom Durlam retired after 31 years with the Michigan State Police as an Assistant Deputy Director of the Administrative Services Bureau. He was first assigned to the Owosso post and then spent 22 years in the Forensic Science Division, including 2 years as a liaison to the Detroit Police Department and the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office. After 2 years at headquarters in the Support Services Bureau as the Assistant Deputy Director, he was reassigned to the 1st District Headquarters in Lansing as the Assistant District Commander. In August of 2015, he transferred back to headquarters to the Field Services Bureau, and in February of 2016 to the Administrative Services Bureau. You're doing a lot of bouncing around. He is a graduate of the 225th session of the FBI National Academy and the 117th class of the Northwestern University Traffic Institute School of Police Command Staff. He has been a below 100 instructor since 2013, a National Corps instructor since 2014, and in August of 2016, he was appointed to the below 100 Board of Directors to serve as a treasurer. Please welcome Tom Durlam.
Thank you. Thank you, and good morning. You know, I'm a little nervous, and I have no idea why, other than maybe it's the other panel colleagues here, Sheriff Wetzel, and of course the legend Gordon Graham, who offered me a piece of advice when I came up. Tom, don't try to be charming, witty, or intelligent. Just be yourself. So I'm going to go through this. It's hard taking 4 hours of information and packing it down into 50 minutes. Very explicit 50 minutes from Nick, but I'm going to try. Hopefully you'll get the flavor of what we are and what we're trying to do. And I have to be honest, it's always a little solemn occasion for me when I come to Washington, D.C. I have 55 brothers who are buried across the street or memorialized on the wall, including one who is a personal friend, former partner, Trooper James E. Bolin. So we're going to start. We are here to honor the fallen by training the living. That's what we do at Below 100. We are not here to dishonor, disparage, or embarrass anybody we're going to talk about today. Okay? That's not the intent of the program. If you are a member of any of these agencies, whether you're here or online, you're probably going to see a story that's going to come up from your agency. I talk fast. Okay? If you have a question or something, shout it out. All right, I'm serious. Shout it out. We will address it right then. The history of Below 100. We're going to cover the history of the Below 100, 5 core tenets, some case examples. We're going to, if we have time, we'll go through any questions. Nick says it's impossible to get through 82 slides in 50 minutes. So the last few may go quickly, but we're going to do it. Okay. The backstory of Below 100. ILETA, International Law Enforcement Educators and Trainers Association. In 2010 at the Law Officer Contributors Dinner, Below 100 came about like a lot of great ideas, a bunch of guys sitting around drinking beer. They're around a table. Somebody gets an alert from ODMP about a line of duty death and reads about the line of duty death. And he says, you know, if we could just get guys to wear their seatbelts, we'd have a lot more of us dying in the line of duty. And somebody else says, hey, if we can just get them to slow down. And that's really how it started. A year later at ILETA, we hold the first instructor course. It used to be called Train a Trainer. Now it's called the Instructor and Implementation course. That's where we come out and we train instructors at your agency. Since then, it's all organic growth and individual efforts. It's our instructors reaching out and teaching their own agency. We are a 501c3. I know that it's been mentioned before that during the pandemic, we struggled. I'll be honest, we've lost all of our corporate sponsors except one. And I'm here on behalf of First Now Built with AT&T. They're the last corporate sponsor that has stuck with us during the We Hate Law Enforcement movement and some of the pandemic budget stuff. I also have to reach out and talk about NHTSA, especially Director John Marshall, former Virginia trooper. He is 100% supportive of our efforts, and I cannot say enough about NHTSA. All of our instructors, active, retired, full-time, sworn law enforcement. I know I don't look it, and I got to be honest, I can't remember the last time I had a shirt and tie on. It's normally shorts and Hawaiian shirts since I retired, but that's who we are. We all donate our time. You cannot get paid for instructing below 100. It's one of the things that attracted me to the program. My way to give back. The course, as I said, is 4 hours in length. It's PowerPoint based, but most of it, and depending on the instructor, I use a lot of dash cam and body cam footage. I do. A lot of the videos are short. Some are high quality, some are low quality. I just think it's important, especially for the younger people that are coming into law enforcement. They're used to those smart devices. They're used to that instant gratification. They want to see it. They don't want to hear it. So I routinely have over 50 videos in my presentation. Okay. The instructor and implementation course, it's also 4 hours in length. So we try to do it in one day. If you have us out, we normally run from 8 to noon, the below 100 course. In the afternoon, 1 to 5, we run the instructor course. Again, it's PowerPoint based. Additional dash cam footage. We also explain how to do risk assessments in an agency and some implementation strategies for the course. We have 22 National Corps instructors. Here's where they're located. They are all across the country, and they instruct the instructor and implementation courses. If you're interested and you reach out to us, we try to pick somebody closest to you to send to you, but unless there's some extenuating circumstances for some reason. The target audience, command staff. If command staff is on board, guess what happens? Below 100 is implemented in their agency. It's pretty much that simple. FTOs, they are training our next generation. Veterans, believe it or not, the younger guys do look up to the veterans. Civilians, absolutely. I know in the Michigan State Police, I'll speak about that, but in the Michigan State Police, we closed about half of our posts due to budget cuts. The civilians inside there see them more than their command staff. They know what to look for. So I present to all the civilians in the Michigan State Police. So if they see somebody coming in the driveway not wearing a seatbelt, they can have a courageous conversation with them. And of course, dispatchers. Spouses, I invite spouses. These things happen. And if you're having a struggle, Rob Byler, under sheriff from Washington State, and he laughs about it because he tells the same story I do. We called spouses. One way or another, you're going to get you wear a seatbelt. There are no rules, as Rob says. There are no rules. Some people don't like our name, Below 100. They somehow feel that because we're trying to get below 100 lives lost in a year, that somehow 100 is acceptable. That's ridiculous. There are no acceptable losses. This is a dangerous profession. Not all line of duty deaths are preventable. This is a semi hitting a state trooper in Michigan at 74 miles an hour. Some people think simple is the same as easy. Simple is not the same as easy. Simple is something that lacks complexity. Easy is something that requires little effort. My analogy, losing weight is simple, right? Simple. Expend more calories than you take in. Anybody over the age of 27 think it's easy? Okay. The difference between simple and easy. These are our 5 core tenets. Wear your belt, seat belt. Wear your vest, bullet resistant, safety, and personal flotation device. Every year we have officers drown. Watch your speed, win, or what's important now, which is really situational awareness. And the last is remember, complacency kills. In the majority of line of duty deaths, at least one of these 5 core tenets is violated. They are simple. Right? They lack complexity. We control every one of them. We are making this way harder than it should be. Below 100 is about awareness and accountability. It's about making officers aware of the factors that are contributing to line of duty deaths and making them accountable to themselves. to their family, to their partner, to their agency. It's about addressing things we control to reduce line of duty deaths. Predictable is preventable. You heard that earlier. I'm stealing it from the man himself. If you can predict the likely outcome from an action, if you change the action, you change the outcome. Leading cause of death over the past 20 years. It's vehicle related. It's vehicle related. Here's the last 20 years. And maybe it's mere coincidence, but you can see from 2002 to 2010, every year, vehicle related, outpaced gunfire related deaths. Below 100 was rolled out here. Maybe, just maybe, we're leveling the playing field a little bit. Over that same period, we lost 1,057 gunfire related, 1,203 vehicle related. Why are we dying in traffic related deaths? It really comes down to three S's: speed, seat belts, and struck by vehicles. The same thing you've heard this morning: speed, seat belts, and struck by vehicles. Every instructor has what they feel is the most important part about below 100. I am convinced the most important thing, the one thing I need every officer that we teach to walk out the door with, is the ability to have a courageous conversation. A courageous conversation isn't a fist fight. It's not an argument. It is you seeing behavior in a fellow officer that could lead to a line of duty death and you having the courage to say something to them. Maybe it's the middle of summer. It's a hot day out today. Maybe somebody's coming in and you're in the locker room and you're putting on your body armor and you're putting on your uniform, and they come in and they're grabbing their uniform and you go, "Hey, where's your body armor?" And they go, "Dude, it's my day off. I'm just here for court. I'm going to be here about an hour and a half. I'm going to take this thing off. I'm going home and getting in the pool." And you saying, "But put your body armor on if you're in uniform." The reason I'm convinced this is the way we get below 100 is because I think we have all seen behavior in a fellow officer, whether they worked inside your agency or not, that could lead to a line of duty death. And I think you chose to say nothing until we start looking out for each other, but holding each other accountable. It's going to get very hard to get below 100. This is Delray Beach, Florida. This is the patrol unit of Sergeant Adam Rosenthal, 16-year veteran, defensive tactics instructor. In 16 years, this guy won 88 commendations. 88. Every lieutenant wanted him to be their squad sergeant, and every officer at Delray Beach wanted to work for him because he was always right in the middle of everything, and it always came out perfect. Pillar in the community, married father of 4. They called him the Gentle Giant. Held a black belt degree in 6 different martial arts disciplines. Created a martial arts program to keep the kids at Delray Beach off the streets at night. 2 nights a week taught rape defense classes to women. We used to use this as a group exercise. I don't do group exercises because of this case right here. Because you're supposed to talk amongst yourselves and tell me what kind of call you think he's en route to. He's not en route to any call. He's en route to roll call. He's driving 25 miles an hour over the speed limit when he loses control of his patrol unit, teeters down this boulevard, hits this tree. He's not wearing a seatbelt. He's killed. 6.7 seconds before this crash, he turned on his in-car computer. Okay. The reason I use this case, I mean, he's a hero. They're all heroes, but I think he's driving at 25 miles an hour over the speed limit, right where I think police officers feel they have a right to drive, no matter where they're going or why they're going there. I do. And I also think there's a perception, unless we're in a high-speed crash, that we're safe. That's not true. The majority of our line of duty deaths are not high-speed crashes. They're not. This is how we're dying. Utility poles, parked trucks, bridge abutments, trees. Now, because I use a lot of dash cam and body cam footage, of police officers who are involved in critical incidents, it's very difficult sometimes to remove all language. It's virtually impossible. I had to come up with a couple, 3 videos to show you, and I'm telling you, I'm not an IT wizard, so I can't bleep things out. But this is a little graphic. I'm just giving everybody a heads up. I told Nick I would. This is an officer from Dallas who is responding to drop off a rifle to another officer who was at a potential trespasser on a large commercial property. The large commercial property was a trucking company. The officers arrived. He doesn't see anyone. He wants to search the property, but he wants to do it with a long gun. And when this incident happened, Dallas didn't have enough long guns for every officer to take one on patrol. You had to be a corporal or above in rank. So when the video starts, it's going to say Officer Michael Vaughn, but it was Senior Corporal Michael Vaughn. Gets the message on his in-car computer. Do you have a rifle? And he goes, yep, I'll drop it off. I cut this video short. Senior Corporal Vaughn is driving 69 to 71 miles an hour in the 40-mile-an-hour zone, as you saw, no lights or siren, when he hits and kills Cole Berardi, that little 10-year-old boy on that bike. Cole went in, asked his mother if he could have his allowance, because right down the road from where they lived is a party store. Cole's friend and his family own that party store, and they live above it. He wanted to ride down there and see his friend and buy some ice cream. His mom says, nope, it's after dark. Start getting ready for bed. She went in the bathroom to help one of his siblings. He, being a 10-year-old boy, snuck out of the house, grabbed his bicycle because he was going to ride down there and see his friend. Now, Corporal Vaughn is not criminally charged. He's given a 1-day suspension from the Dallas Police Department for violating their policies, but he's off work for 5 years. He doesn't go back to work until November of 2013. He could not mentally cope with having killed Cole Berardi. And one of his former partners actually works in Fairfax County, Virginia, and I taught there for a week. And he came up to me after I spoke, and he said, you know, I just want you to know that Michael Vaughn is a good person. That something horrible happened, but he's a good man. And he says, I still stay in touch with him. And he says, we talk every month or so. But he says, it doesn't matter why I call him or why he calls me. He always ends up talking about Cole Berardi, and he always ends up crying. He will never, ever recover from having killed that 10-year-old boy. Now, we don't do things like this on purpose. We don't. I've never met a police officer that said, yeah, I intentionally hit and killed an innocent civilian with my car. But you can't fix this. You can't. You can't fix this. You can't replace somebody's 10-year-old son. Paul Capitelli, I agree with this statement. There is too much tolerance for negligent driving in our profession. There is. We know what happens. How many people here work for an agency and you've got a guy you call Speedy or Crash? When is the last time something happened in your agency and you said, dude, I never saw that coming? Wear your belt, wear your vest, watch your speed, win, or what's important now, and remember, complacency kills. Let's get into seatbelts real quick. Stats. Some officers, he mentioned it earlier. We understand that some officers believe seatbelts are tactically unsafe. We have done some research in conjunction with Officer Down Memorial Page. We cannot find one single instance where a police officer lost his or her life because they were wearing a seatbelt. NHTSA stats. Between 1980 and 2008, 42% of the officers not wearing seatbelts. And you go, hey, that happened a long time ago. I'm sure we're doing better now. No. The most recent stat you just saw. It went from 42 to 47 now. We're getting worse. And these are fatal crashes. This is Oklahoma County Sheriff's Office. This is a canine deputy. You're going to see that he's going to be driving 30 in the 30. As are all the cars around him. I mean, nobody speeds when the fully marked popo unit's around, right? So in case you're saying, hey, I'm just going to be doing a little traffic in the city, and if I get into something, I'll put my seatbelt on. You do not want to be involved in that crash, having convinced yourself that you're just going to be driving 25 or 30 miles an hour. So you don't need a seatbelt. Because you saw what happened there. The driver of the pickup truck sees the drunk driver coming down the wrong side of the road, hits the brakes, gets out of the way, and there's no place for this deputy to go. Yeah. He survives. You saw his airbag deploy. He was wearing a seatbelt. His canine also survives this collision. Okay. Let's get into body armor. NIJ credits over 3,500 officers' lives as having been saved by bullet-resistant body armor. Most people don't know where Kevlar comes from, but in 1971, a DuPont chemist named Stephanie Kwolek, she's trying to find a replacement for steel in steel-belted radial tires. And she invents by accident Kevlar. It's woven into a fabric. Richard Davis, Central Lake, Michigan, forms Second Chance Body Armor, begins using Kevlar in his body armor, and literally traveled the country shooting himself in live demonstrations to prove that his body armor worked. Yeah. Yeah. But there's all kinds of excuses why we don't like to wear it, right? What's number one? Hot. I get it. We give them some solutions, okay? One of them is this, Cool Cop Body Armor. I do a lot of teaching in Florida for the Florida Sheriff's Risk Management Fund. And it does get a little warm in Florida. I mean, I'm from Michigan, so we have 9 months of winter and 3 months of bad sledding. But you can use this the opposite way too. You hook this up to the air conditioning vent. You blow conditioned air. Yeah, it works. Guys, anybody here have one of these? Does it work? Yes, exactly. It works awesome. Everybody that's got one, pardon me? Yeah. They're like $50. I'm not hawking these things because I don't make any. I'm just giving officers solutions. There's actually chiefs. I taught in Blountville, Tennessee, and the chief says, I don't put a car on the road without one of these because I want my guys wearing body armor. He was involved in a shooting. And we go over some topics. Mandatory vest wear normally covers every person in uniform in an agency. How about investigators? If it's not, it's probably voluntary, right? Under maybe some agencies have told me, well, if they're investigating this, or this, they have to wear it. I get it. But if you're not going to make them wear it, do you train them not to get involved in certain things? Right? Maybe they shouldn't be jumping in a pursuit with a plane car to help out. Maybe they shouldn't be jumping out in a foot pursuit. Okay? And the admin and command staff, are they modeling the behavior? How many people in here our command staff, when you're wearing your uniform, are always in body armor, right? Maybe not so much. But how many of you sit in your office and listen to radio traffic? And if one of your guys or gals is a mile down the road calling for help, what are you going to do? So you just became, if you're not wearing your body armor, but you're going to respond, you became one more person I have to worry about. And who trains with it on? There's only two I've taught all over this great country. All over this great country since I've been doing this in the past 9 years. And there's two agencies in the country that tell me they train with all their gear and body armor on. And I don't mean at the shooting range. Okay. They're both in Florida, Northport, Florida, and Monroe County Sheriff's Office in Florida. They train with all their gear on. It's important. It's important. We are bringing so many tools now. I mean, when I started, don't get me wrong, these young officers are way better and smarter than I ever was or will be. But, you know, when I started, we had a cross-draw 38, set of handcuffs, and 2 speed loaders. That was it. So when I went into an altercation, there was one thing I had to worry about. Now what do? We give them all kinds of tools. Bowler wraps, tasers, primary service weapon. They got a portable radio, 2 sets of handcuffs, a box of face masks, rubber gloves. I mean, you think batons, chemical spray, they're bringing all of that to a physical altercation. I have a great Pennsylvania State Police video. I think it's Route 33 shooting that illustrates this. The things we're bringing to the altercation that we now need to make sure aren't taken away and used against us. We need to be training with it. What's important now? What's important now is a philosophy first espoused by Coach Lou Holtz, probably most famous for his 10 years coaching football at the University of Notre Dame, where he won a national championship. He wanted his players to ask themselves 25 or 30 times a day, what's important now? He wanted them constantly reprioritizing what they were doing based on their changing surroundings. And when we talk, any EVOC instructors in here? Anybody? Okay. So correct me if I'm wrong. We talk about what happens when they activate and they get into emergency mode, right? Their blood pressure, their heart rate increases. They start developing tunnel vision. Their motor skills start to shut down. Their forebrain literally starts to shut down. And we talk about that for, administrators and sergeants when their people are responding to know that's happening to them. So this next video comes from North Salt Lake City, Utah. This is TJ DiCarlo, is the officer's name. His corporal started a pursuit, and he's been driving for several minutes trying to put himself in a position to assist with this pursuit. He finally has, okay? But listen to how many times he repeats himself and what happens. So you saw what happened there. TJ is so focused on getting that woman out of that car, he's oblivious. And you see the corporal show up, and he's going to run up there and knows he can't get there. Knows he can't get there. And luckily for him, TJ looks out of the corner of his eye, and the corporal says, "Hey, train." and he turns and steps out of the way. And a little less than 2 seconds later, that train hits that car. Now, I don't use group exercises, but we do have a little math story problem because that train's going 30 miles an hour when it hits that car. 30 miles an hour is roughly 45 feet per second. For about every mile an hour, it's about 1.5 feet per second. So if that train is going 45 feet per second in 2 seconds, how far does it go? 90 feet. Golfers, 30 yards, right? So you literally saw one of our highly trained peers 90 feet from a locomotive that's been blowing its horn for 3/4 of a mile because that engineer saw that woman hit that other train and he never heard it. You ever been 90 feet from a locomotive that's blowing its horn? You not only hear it, you feel it. And he never heard it. And TJ just made it to his retirement. Yeah. I hope he gave that corporal a big hug. What's important now? Now, in this photo, because this has come up, there are 2 officers. This was taken by a below 100 instructor who is driving through a crash scene at night in the rain, obviously. And he wanted us to see what people see when they're driving through our crash scenes. So there's 2 officers, both wearing identical jackets. Now, I know what you're saying. You are old. We don't wear orange anymore. Okay. I get it. But the concept is the same, correct? First guy's easy. Second guy, not so much. He's in what? Ninja mode, right? That would have been me. Absolutely. I was state trooper. Had my hat on. Yeah. Yeah. There was not one time that I wore my jacket orange side out until July 26, 1987, when Trooper James E. Bolin was killed at the National Governors Conference, just like that. Let's get into complacency. Jeff Chudwin, Olympic Fields, Illinois. I got chewed out for stepping away. I'm back. I'm back. Come on. Don't give me don't. Come on, Nick. Friends here. He says it's the most I'm just not used to this. I don't like this. The most dangerous threat because it exposes us to all of the threats. We cover topics. Weapons. Probably everybody qualifies once, twice a year, 3 times maybe. I'm not sure, depending on your agency. And probably everybody goes back and grabs the gun cleaning kit and sits there for another 6 hours and polishes that thing up. But how many officers do it on a regular basis? Every 2 weeks, once a month. When we need that thing to make a loud, I know you're shaking your head. When we need that thing to make a loud noise, it needs to make a loud noise. Correct? They need to take care of it. Maybe they're caught out in the rain somewhere. Maybe they're chasing somebody through the pucker brush on a foot chase. They need to take that thing back. Maybe they slip and fall in the snow. Okay. They need to take that back, clean it up, and take care of it. Searches. Do we get complacent with our searches, especially the farther we go in our career? Now, there's no audio on here, which is a good thing, but this is the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. Now, you can see this is the booking area. This guy's going to be dropped off. He's drunk. He's under arrest for drunk driving. And he's been there before. Now, the male corrections officers are going to show up. The first guy through the first male coming into the photo or the video is going to be the corporal. And as you can see, she's kind of talking to him off scene, and she starts removing handcuffs. What's the most dangerous time? Putting them on, taking them off, right? So you see his back and her back is to the prisoner as the first cuff comes off, and he's been here before, so he knows. So the second guy comes up. Now you got all 3 backs to this guy, and the last cuff is off. Watch his head. He goes, darn it. I think that's what he said, something like that. And so he turns around and he goes, hey, you know, I would have thought that these guys would have wanted this pistol I have right here, but they never asked me about anything. Oh, it gets better. So, yeah, see the furrowed brow there? She's looking for somebody to kick somewhere. So anyhow, he keeps talking and he says, hey, last time I was here, y'all wanted my belt when I was standing here. You want my belt? And he goes, nah, leave it on. So come with me. I'm sorry, sir? Somebody just said it. Do we get complacent? What may have led or contributed to this a little bit? That guy led the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office in drunk driving arrests. He's dropping people off all the time. Never had a problem before. Right? Complacency kills. Vehicles. We talk about vehicles. How many guys actually manually check the tire pressure in their patrol car tires? And who waits for the little light to come on the dash saying low tire pressure, right? The problem is, and I'll go back to my EVOC folks, do they know how many pounds of pressure will be out of that tire before that light comes on? Ask one of the EVOC guys if you're down 10 pounds of pressure in a steer tire and you're in emergency driving mode. It's crazy. Walk around those cars. This is not an ethics class. Okay. I mean, have I ever done something? Yeah. Okay. I mean, I'd throw my stuff in the back of the patrol car. I probably never looked at a right rear tire. Okay. I know you think I started with a horse, but no, we did have Dodge Diplomats. And I talk about where they drive. Remember where they drive, right? If you got an expressway in your jurisdiction and there's a crash on it and traffic backs up, how do we get there? Or any multi-lane road, how do we get there? You drive on the shoulder? You ever walked on the shoulder of the Pennsylvania Turnpike or a highway in Michigan? Where does all that stuff come from? I mean, one of the last traffic stops I ever made, I'm walking back up to this car and there's a spark plug laying on the side of the roadway on the shoulder. A spark plug, a full spark plug. And I go, where could that have come from? Besides a Ford. But we drive on that stuff. Right? We drive on that stuff and 30 minutes later, maybe you've got to go somewhere in emergency mode. We need to take care of those tires and think about where we're driving and where we park. I don't know how it is in your agency, but a good state trooper, when they get a car that slides off the roadway for an unknown reason, isn't going to try to figure out what made the car slide off. What are we going to do? We're going to park right behind it, waiting for another car to hit the same hazard and come in the exact same direction. And I'm not being overly critical of these troopers, but I just don't get it. Maybe when you're driving up to the scene, maybe try to figure out why that car ran off the road or slid off the road, and maybe park before the hazard and not put yourself so much in the line of fire. Specialized assignments, a lot of agencies, bigger agencies, they send people out, drug task forces, other specialized assignments. The crux here is make sure when they come back, before you go flipping them the keys to one of these 155-mile-an-hour rockets, maybe make sure they're fully up to speed, because some of these specialized assignments can last 2, 3, 4 years. And training. Is your training realistic? Is it realistic? How many people in here, how many sworn people are in here? Sworn law enforcement. Okay. How many people, how many people did not mind going to the shooting range, shooting guns, right? Yeah, I get it. That's why you came into this profession, right? Fast cars, loud noises. Let's be honest. So how many of you look forward to going defensive tactics? Yeah, he's an instructor. I know he's an instructor, defense, but not many people. Not many people look forward to it, right? Going and shooting some gun and making some loud noises and shooting the breeze with some guys, it's fun. But walking into defensive tactics training, where there's probably going to be some uncomfortable positions involved. We have any defensive tactics instructors in here? No? Yeah. How do you think we train as a culture? Who walks into defensive tactics with their, Nike shorts on and their muscle shirt and walks in and bulk up a little bit? Huh? Look around the room. You were the biggest, meanest dude in here. We're getting it on. Or do you walk in and you go, hey, look, come here. My shoulder's killing me, man. I was playing catch with my kid all weekend, and I still got that football injury in my left knee, from 4th grade. How about we go with this about 20%? We just get the technique down, and if we have to use it, we know what we're doing, right? And when I go into this rant, people go, well, what if I get hurt? What if you do? You might get hurt on a mat surrounded by 20 of your coworkers or out in the middle of a highway somewhere or in somebody's house at a domestic, right? And if you get hurt in our training, it's probably not because of the training. Maybe it's because you didn't do anything else 364 other days a year except drive a chair, right? Things we stress, okay? And then we talk about fitness. We do. I'm not a runner, never have been. I was lifting a lot of weights when I was still working. But after 2 knee surgeries and 2 shoulder surgeries, that was enough of that. But do something. We talk about them doing something. Walk. I walk every day, 3.5 miles. My best friend on the planet is a German Shepherd dog named Harley. And we walk 2 miles downtown. While I drink my coffee, we go to the park, walk another 1.5 miles. Do something. Do something. Because anybody know how many line of duty heart attacks we had last year? Say 18. 18. There you go. Bam.
I'll check that.
Yeah, 18. I think there's 5 so far this year. Typical year. 18 line of duty heart attacks. And if you really, I shouldn't have taken my slide out of there, but it's guys from 22 to 54. That is not old. It better not be, or I'm in deep trouble. And the average length of retirement in law enforcement right now, today, 5 years, good guess, 6.2. So help me God, if I can make it 4 more months, I beat the odds. And of course, we get into mental health. We haven't rolled this out into one of our 5 core tenets, but I do hit on mental health. I just came from Deadwood, South Dakota, the IACP S&P Pacific Mountain, and I met the colonel of the South Dakota Highway Patrol, and I'm telling you, that is one great agency with their peer support. I got a ride from a trooper from Rapid City to Deadwood. We had a great conversation. She was just an amazing, amazing person. I'm trying to get her to come to Michigan to be a trooper. She's a great, but they have a peer support group a peer support system out there that is second to none. They call each other. Troopers call each other. Hey, I heard you handled a fatal crash the other day. You all right? What went on? And they talk it out. They have removed the stigma in law enforcement about mental health. If you do not believe PTSD exists, it exists. My guess is if any of you work the road any length of time at all, you have it. You have it. We need to remove that stigma, especially for the younger people coming in. We had 2 people in 14 months kill themselves in the Michigan State Police. Below 100 is about instilling a culture of safety. That's really all we're trying to do. Instilling a culture of safety. There is no correlation between discipline and below 100. 0. This is not about ratting people out or writing people up. And we also have to recognize when we're doing things the right way.
50 miles an hour, the deputy was driving under the speed limit on routine patrol when the child appeared seemingly out of nowhere. If you see the video again, it looks like the child stops in a panic when he sees the car. The deputy veering right, slipping the child's leg and rear bike tire. The tire marks on the road show that the deputy's
Obviously, an entirely different result than Cole Berardi. And I get the role that driving 50 in the 55 plays in the lack of injuries in this crash, because what happens is the back tire rim is bent. And when that young man was getting off his bicycle, he kicked the push bumper on the patrol car with his right heel. So he had a bruise on his right heel. But what impresses me about this deputy is he's driving down the road, paying attention, and he saves that kid's life. because that kid rode his bicycle out in front of a car going 50 miles an hour and stopped. Had that deputy been on his smartphone checking for a text message or an email, or had his head buried in his in-car computer, he'd have killed that young man. I'm not saying it'd have been his fault, but I have 2 sons. And I don't know how I would cope if I killed someone else's child because I wanted to check a smartphone. This is our website. You can go there, or you can send me an email. This is our email address. This is my personal information. There's a bunch of ways you can contact us. As I said, I'm retired, so that's my personal email. I do monitor the below 100 info. Our training, we've done a really good job. 98% of all of our training is free. Should fit in your budget, right? As soon as you get done with his free training, you can call on our free training. So we're not going to put a dent in your budget. And that's through NHTSA and our last corporate sponsor. And as I said, the only thing we really have is travel costs. So in those instances where we can't work it out, we can't find a local sponsor, which we've also done, we can get creative. Okay. Any questions? I told you I'd get through them, Nick. I told you, man. Thanks, guys.
You knocked that out of the park, brother. Yeah, you're fine just for now. We'll get it in a minute.
Okay.
We'll get it
Yep.
in a minute. Well, he certainly got through it, and that was a really great presentation. A couple things that he touched on that I want to touch on. In a couple of those videos, you saw that officer and how distraught he was when he struck that child. And Tom was mentioning mental health. Well, one of the other programs that we're part of here at the Memorial Fund is Safe Leo. Safe Leo stands for Suicide Awareness for Law Enforcement Officers. This is a program that is going around the country training executives, supervisors, and line officers in suicide awareness and working to get agencies to recognize those things that are occurring, working to get rid of that stigma that Tom mentioned that we all know, if we've been in law enforcement for a long time, exists, and we've got to get rid of the notion of asking for help being a sign of weakness. So that's another element to what we're doing here. And there are folks here from BJA and the Institute for Intergovernmental Research that work on Safe Leo. So that's another program that is here to support law enforcement. And clearly it does fit in with traffic and trauma. So that's something else I wanted to mention. One other thing I wanted to mention, and I neglected it to mention in my first presentation, the crashes you see, single vehicle crashes. He showed the video of the picture of the Del Rey crash, and that great officer who had a momentary distraction and wrapped his car around a tree. First thing is, I told you I review the crash reports. Single vehicle crash reports, they almost all look the same. It looks like somebody mimeographed it, right? It doesn't matter what state it is. A percentage of those crashes are officers expediting. Another inexplicable percentage is officers on admin runs and patrol or going to training, and they're wiping out. Obviously, I shouldn't say obviously, I take that back, but it's apparent in many of them that they are speeding. Within that number, the percentage we saw of officers not wearing their seatbelts was 47% in terms of crashes, but within the subset of single vehicle crashes, 53% of those officers in the single vehicle crashes were not wearing their seatbelt. And then training. Last thing is, we train with our firearms twice a year. Most agencies don't even train once in their vehicles a year, not once. I'm not going to hold my agency out, but I didn't get that much training, regular training in EVOC. And there are those among us who believe we should be training as much, if not more, behind the wheel of those vehicles. There's so much going on in that car. We have to prepare our officers for it. Clearing intersections, high-speed driving, and just basic attention, focus, and a culture of safety. So I want to thank you guys for your attention. We're off until we're back at 1 o'clock. Since you have the extra time, I'd advise you to go down, and I'll see if someone can show you where it is. Go visit the Harris simulator, see what you think. It is a 180-degree simulator. It's got an MDT in it. It's got a seat with a light switch and siren, and it's supposed to help train our officers to be aware and react quicker on the roads. Hannah, do we have any questions come in? No? Okay. All right. Thank you, guys. I rounded up a few folks, a few miscreants, so we can get started. Okay, welcome back, everybody. I hope you had an opportunity to get lunch. I know it's really hot out there. I stepped outside myself. Again, this is pretty typical for Washington if you've traveled to visit us, which some of these gentlemen sitting in front of you have done. I want to read some introductions, and then I'm going to introduce our moderator, and we're going to have a moderated panel discussion. Sheriff John Wetzel. Capping off a 50-year law enforcement career, John Wetzel retired on March 1st, 2017 in his 21st year and 6th term as Oklahoma County Sheriff. John is a nationally recognized law enforcement consultant, traffic safety advocate, trainer, and speaker. John Wetzel began his career in law enforcement. And by the way, I need to say this right out of the bat, guys. I had to cut down your bios so we have time. Okay. So if there's something I skipped over that you really feel we need to know, you go ahead and chime in. Well, John Wetzel began his career in law enforcement in 1967 as a night records clerk in the Midwest Oklahoma Police Department. During his career, he served as Jones, Oklahoma Chief of Police before joining Choctaw, Oklahoma Police in 1973, where he served as Chief of Police for 21 years before being elected sheriff. Sheriff Wetzel has earned an associate and bachelor's degree and has a master's studies. Sheriff Wetzel continues his work in traffic safety and chairs the National Sheriff's Association Traffic Safety Committee, serves on the National Sheriff's Association's Government Affairs Committee, and is a member of the MAD National Law Enforcement Advisory Board and the LIFT National Safety Advisory Council. He serves on the Federal Highway Administration's Traffic Incident Management Executive Leadership Group and has served on working groups for the National Sheriff's Association, National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, and the Governor's Highway Safety Association, as well as the IACP. Sheriff Wetzel is the recipient of many honors, including the Governor's Highway Safety Association Trailblazer Award, the Michael J. Garner Oklahoma Traffic Advocate Award, and the J. Standard Baker Excellence in Traffic Safety Award presented by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the National Sheriff's Association. Please welcome Sheriff John Wetzel. Number 3. Rob Beidler. Rob is a 1990 graduate of Western Washington University with a degree in Business and Human Resource Management. In 1991, he began his law enforcement career in Snohomish County with the Sheriff's Office. There, he held several various positions from patrol, SWAT, motors, and special operations. He was promoted into the command staff in 2008. There, he served as the Chief of Operations, Admin Services, Chief of Budget and Finance, and Corrections Chief. He retired as the Undersheriff in 2019. Rob currently works for Snohomish County Public Utility. There, he is a senior manager in charge of safety, security, and emergency management. In 2017, the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office was nationally recognized for their efforts in safety. They received the National Governor's Highway Safety Special Achievement Award, and this came from the Memorial Fund under Destination Zero. His organization received the National Officer Safety and Wellness Award in Traffic Safety. And he is here representing the National Law Enforcement Roadway Safety Program through the National Policing Institute. Please welcome Rob Beidler. Daniel G. Sharp served as Chief of Police for the town of Oro Valley from January 2000 until his retirement in February 2020. Prior to his appointment as chief in Oro Valley, Chief Sharp spent over 21 years with the Tucson Police Department, working in virtually every area of the department. Chief Sharp served as Oro Valley's interim town manager from June 2016 to September 2017. Chief Sharp has served as an adjunct faculty member for law enforcement programs at Pima Community College and as an adjunct lecturer at the University of Arizona. Chief Sharp holds a master's in educational leadership and is a graduate of the 190th session of the FBI National Academy. In 2014, he was awarded with the J. Standard Baker Award for Outstanding Lifetime Contributions to Highway Safety and was the 2013 Greater Oro Valley Chamber of Commerce Legacy Award recipient. He is a member of the International Association of Chiefs of Police, appointed by the president of IACP as the chair of their Highway Safety Committee, which explains his presence here today. He is also a member of the Board of Trustees of the Oro Valley Hospital. Chief Sharp currently serves on the Executive Leadership Group for the Federal Highway Administration and the Law Enforcement Executives Advisory Committee for Mothers Against Drunk Driving and their National Board. Please welcome Daniel G. Sharp. Last but not least, and our moderator, who is with the Governor's Highway Safety Association, is Tim Burrows. Tim Burrows was a sworn police officer for over 25 years with experience in frontline operations, primary response, detective operations, traffic enforcement, investigations, and supervision. Tim, that was with the Toronto Police Department. My apologies. The majority of his career was spent in traffic operations as a motor officer with roles in enforcement, collision investigation, communications, and supervising safety program delivery. In 2019, Tim was appointed as the National Law Enforcement Liaison Program Manager for the Governor's Highway Safety Association, where he serves as an advisor to a national network of state law enforcement liaison providing technical assistance, training, and guidance, and is a representative at national meetings promoting traffic safety, just like here today. His role as the National Law Enforcement Liaison Manager allows him to support the nation's 200-plus law enforcement liaisons as they advance the life-saving strategies and priorities created within their state highway plans. Please welcome our moderator, Tim Burrows.
I think the easiest way to have said that was we've got a panel of geniuses and Tim. It's absolutely my honor and my privilege to be up here with three gentlemen that collectively have forgotten more about traffic safety and saving lives than most of us have learned in our careers and our lifetimes. So without much further ado, we're going to get into their brains as much as we can. The idea of this session is to provide strategies for officer safety, come up with some best practice ideas from the executive level on down to enhance our officer safety, minimize citizen conflict by ensuring officers' peace of mind by reducing incidents of conflict with the citizens that they patrol with or patrol for. So let's just get started. Why was officer safety important to you when you were in your command positions? And we're going to actually start with Chief Sharp, then Beidler, then Wetzel. Please.
Well, that's loud. Okay. Are we better there? Okay. All right. Officer safety, and one of the things that when you're in a command rank and I feel you're responsible for the safety of those that work for you, and so I took that very seriously. Whether it be making sure that everybody had the correct body armor, the fact that our motor officers had the best equipment as far as their protection and training, and so. I think that's part of the responsibility that goes with it. That we have to take care of those that are actually doing the job. So officer safety is paramount. It's something that we have to do and lead by example. So it was mentioned in the below 100 about wearing your vest. I think we lead by example of what we do. So when I was in uniform, I had my vest on, and in fact, when I would go to meetings with some of the command staff at the Tucson Police Department that worked for me when I was at Tucson. I had a number of them come up to me and say, I never wore a vest in uniform because I'm in command. And then after I see you doing that, now I'm doing it, realizing that you're modeling that behavior and that do that. So when we talk about safety of our officers, we have a responsibility. And it seems like every graduation in the academy, I'd have either spouses or parents of the new officers come to me and say, I just want to make sure that you're going to take good care of my husband, wife, son, daughter. And I took that very seriously.
So in 2015, I went to the NA and got introduced to below 100. And up until then, special operations and SWAT. And I always thought that I was that safety guy. I mean, we all think that. I knew I cared about it. I knew I did the best I could to get my troops home. So I go to the NA, get introduced to below 100, and below 100 is concepts. Implementing it is a whole nother thing, and how you implement it. And so I started to think about it. It was just a 1-hour class, just like you got today. And I just thought, I can do better. I know I can do better. And I started to think of all these ways I could do better. And so I'm an undersheriff. At the time, I was an undersheriff. Now I'm retired. So most people in here and the people that are watching have rank. They're captains and lieutenants and senators, directors, you name it. That means everybody's a volunteer. You raised your hand and said, please pick me. And you begged for the responsibility of getting your people home every day. So what I decided to do was, if I was losing sleep because I thought I can make my people safer, and I haven't. So if we can save somebody, does that not mean we can cost somebody? Because you can't have one without the other. So for me, positional authority means you begged for it, you volunteered for it. Doesn't mean you're a leader, but it means you took on that responsibility. So I took it serious, and we implemented a program that we hoped would change the world. We're still trying. So that's what command position meant to me when it came to safety.
I adopted from the very beginning a mandatory seatbelt wear and a mandatory vest wear. That was new for my agency, to have a mandatory kind of anything. The reason, I guess, being yesterday when I got in early, and so I had the afternoon, and I went across the street and I visited all 10 names of the officers from the Oklahoma County Sheriff's Office whose names are on the wall. And I took pictures of each one of them. I remember when I had to preside over the service of one of my deputies, when I presented the flag from his casket to his widow and to his family. I still carry that with me, the passion with me even today. You know, today I could not go today without mentioning Sergeant C.J. Nelson, who was the last law enforcement officer killed in the line of duty in a traffic crash. He was a motorcycle officer from Edmond, Oklahoma, which is in Oklahoma County. And last Tuesday, he was on duty, 38 years old, with an 11-year-old daughter and a 7-year-old son, sitting at a red light, working in uniform on his Harley Davidson, when a speeding drunk driver ran into the back of him at 70 miles an hour, crushing him between the pickup he was driving and the car and the SUV in front of him. He died instantly. His funeral was Tuesday of this week. The 11-year-old daughter and the 7-year-old son and his widow stood there holding the flags as they provided him honors. That's why today I have to mention his name, and that's why today I say I'm proud that we required seatbelts and vests in our agency. It's so that we don't have to say goodbye to an officer on duty, and we don't have to present that flag to his or her spouse.
Right from the top. Y'all exercise your positional leadership just by your actions. And that's one form of communication. How else, or was that the only way that you really needed to communicate the importance of officer safety to your members? Go ahead, Chief.
I'll go ahead.
Do it again.
There's a variety of ways of doing it. The 5 tenets of below 100. I think that those are critical, and so we would have that posted not only in the building but at our main station. We had it on the gates for exiting the parking lot, the 2 gates out of the parking lot, to remind the officers of doing it. But I also recognize that after a while that could become white noise, and because you see it every day. So I would always have my executive officer. That was one of the tasks that I would give to him or her to make sure that was refreshed, that it's there, that we have that. So we had things in the locker room, or locker rooms, and so it was important that we communicate in other ways, that we have those reminders. We had we'd go in and talk to the officers about what's important and to them, and generally family was important, and so we'd have those conversations, and we'd get picture frames and, and have them have pictures of their kids, that they would have, and talking about why that's important for them to get home every night or every day. And so we would have those conversations. We would have those conversations with the supervisors, with the command staff, and then again do the reminders about doing it. And then obviously after critical incidents, we always debrief, and safety was always part of the topic of that. And so that was important.
Yeah, all of our answers are probably going to be pretty similar. Be relentless and cast a broad net. That's my advice to everybody. When I say cast a broad net, some people need to see data. Some people need to feel emotion. Some people need to be led by example. So you use the stories and you use the training. You do it through email. You do it through, computer screens that pop up. Have a message boards, posters, stickers on their doors, on their cars, on their windows. Your executive leadership team, whatever that looks like, whether civilian or law enforcement, they should never have a meeting where it's not talked about. Whatever your safety program is called, it should be your middle managers, your FTOs, and your EVOC instructors and your trainers. They're the tip of the spear. Without them, you have almost nothing. They need to be communicated relentlessly. Your FTOs, that's what you want your new people. That's the behaviors you want them to exhibit. So again, relentless over and over. Communication and messaging never takes a break when it comes to safety. Because if it does, then that means safety takes a break, and it never does. Posters, testimonials, they work great. Peer-to-peer, we talk about all these things in the NLERS program and then some. And it's because it's actionable. It's things that you can do. So do some of it or do all of it.
In addition to the regular training that we would provide, we also required our deputies to go to an annual recertification program. It was a week-long training program. They had to requalify with their firearm. They had to requalify with their automobile. We began that the first year that I was sheriff. And they had to requalify by the end of the year. On January the 1st, we had two deputies who did not believe me. We went out at a little after midnight and picked up their vehicles, and the next morning they both called in their vehicles had been stolen. That was the last time we had to do that, because then they realized that they had to requalify with both weapons that we provided. And then they began acknowledging that the vehicle was a second weapon. So it requires safety procedures just like the handling of a firearm does. And we began that training from the very beginning was to teach them about both weapons and how to use both weapons as they worked in their job. That continued for the entire time as sheriff. And it wasn't just once a year. We did messages just like we've heard from the other agencies. But when you as an administrator get to understand that there are two weapons out there, one is being used maybe once in 20 years. I carried a firearm for almost 50 years. I used my gun twice. I missed. Sorry, I know I needed to go back to the range, but every day I got behind the wheel of a car. Every day I got behind the wheel of a 4,000-pound weapon. And as soon as we realized that that's the most prevalent weapon that we use out there, we're going to start requiring, I don't care what size agency you come from, you have a church parking lot or a Walmart parking lot that you can set up the cones when it's not being used and train your people on the use of a 4,000-pound weapon. So just because you don't have a track is no excuse.
I think there's an interesting third weapon that we have to acknowledge as well. You inside the vehicle. If you're failing to buckle up, you become a weapon to everything else in that vehicle, including other passengers that may be in there. Or your equipment is a weapon. It can take you out if you're not securing it. So there's always that third weapon. Relentless. That McDonald's does not make the greatest burgers in the world, but they're the #1 burger company in the world because they are relentless in telling you that they are. It's a really good strategy to be relentless with your communication, relentless with your activity. With that, you're going to have tools to implement. You can't just say, hey, make sure you buckle up, make sure you're thinking about what's important now. Starting down with Sheriff Wetzel, did you have any tools other than what you just previously mentioned? Anything else that you implemented to make sure that your officers were adhering?
You know, when I first became, when I was chief of police at Choctaw, we had a Choctaw was an 18-person department, plus we had about 10 reserves, so that was a 28-person department. We had a motorcycle unit, had 2 motorcycles. We did traffic enforcement. We had a traffic section with a small agency. When I was elected sheriff of Oklahoma County, ultimately had about 1,000 people in our agency. When I first took office, my campaign, there was absolutely no traffic enforcement. The year before I took office, there were 16 traffic citations written for the entire year by the largest sheriff's office in the state of Oklahoma, the capital county of Oklahoma. Oklahoma City is our capital, and that's where Oklahoma County is. In 1996, there were 0 DUI arrests made by the Oklahoma County Sheriff's Office. In 1997, apparently people started drinking. After I became sheriff, I guess, because we started making impaired driving arrests. And we then created a traffic safety unit. My campaign manager always said, if you start writing tickets and making arrests, you'll never get reelected, which I kind of proved wrong. But we did, and we began saving lives. And over the 20 years, we did enforcement. We had, and all of my cars were marked, fully marked. I didn't believe in shadow cars. I didn't believe in unmarked cars. I wanted them to know who was out there writing tickets, who was out there saving lives, and that was the Oklahoma County Sheriff's Office. And I was proud of that. And so were my citizens, because they elected me and re-elected me 6 times. So it's not about, for the sheriffs that may be concerned about being reelected, the people will elect you based upon what you do, not based upon what you don't do. And we were saving lives. We were reducing crime because, criminals are lazy. They don't walk to and from work. And so they're in vehicles. So when you make it that traffic stop, you're also solving crimes. And during that 20 years that I was sheriff, in the sheriff's unincorporated areas, the sheriff had primary jurisdiction, 150 square miles of Oklahoma County. We had a crime reduction rate of 92% and a traffic crash rate of 91% reduction over an extended 20-year period of time. So working traffic in your communities will reduce crime and save lives. And that's the bottom line, is saving lives. Then you'll have citizens who actually can vote for you.
Mr. Beitler.
Nobody roll your eyes, but I'm going to talk about technology for a minute. When we put together our overall safety program, we used Below 100 as our foundation, but just using those principles, we built this 15-prong approach that was pretty vast. One of the things we did was use telematics. So for those that don't know, number one, I believe telematics is the most underutilized piece of technology as it relates to safety in our entire industry. What it is it's been in the fleet industry for decades. It's just GPS and diagnostics of everything your car does every second of the day. Speed, location, excessive braking, acceleration, idle time, seatbelt use, you name it. So, but at first it wouldn't work in our industry not long ago. So working with several different companies, a couple of them came to the forefront to make it conducive to police work. So if you, it's an 8-hour class, I know I can do it in like 4 minutes. So if you have this technology that says you're speeding, well, if you're in a police car, you actually have to speed. Now, I don't think it's good to do it, all the time when you don't need to, but it is a tool you have to use. You do get in pursuits, those things. And if it's telling you you're speeding and excessive braking, acceleration, on and on. So the system got smarter and smarter till what it is today. For example, it'll turn off some of those readings when your overheads or siren goes on. So it's no longer telling you your speed, and it's giving you a free pass because your lights are on. So we decided to implement telematics. Now, mind you, I had 8 unions and 4 of them drove. I can put whatever I want in my cars, but how I use it, now that's a totally different story when it comes to labor groups. So I can tell you about the system. I tell you about how I say negotiated with them. You start with the low-hanging fruit. You don't do it all at once. You say, hey, listen, this will send your entire chain of command and dispatch a text and an email if you have an airbag deployment. They're like, yeah, that sounds great. We would love that. Because what if I'm unconscious and I can't call for help? Dispatching, you guys will all know. So we institute that. Also, it does diagnostics of your engine. The shop would like a text and an email every time one of these things goes wrong with your car. Low tire pressure, voltage, oil pressure. And then, so the shop picked 6 of the hundreds, and all of a sudden somebody's driving down the street and the shop would say, pull over right now. We're coming to you. We're going to tow your car back because it is broke. So we picked them one at a time. Investigations was a big one. Well, are you going to follow the little green dot around and every time we speed, you're going to come out and get us? And I said, how about we only use it when somebody makes a complaint? Somebody makes a complaint, we will use telematics, and 4 out of 5 times, it got them out of trouble. Because people are like, that is doing 120. Well, people are such great judges of speed. Usually they're doing like 10 over. So it's a, hey, don't do 10 over, okay? And it's not 50 over. The first time we used it, it was a complaint. Somebody had been arrested on their way to jail, said the deputy pulled over beside the road and assaulted me, and then took me and booked me in jail. And the complaint came to us. We looked. The deputy never went below 70 miles an hour. So I doubt that they could crawl through their cage and beat somebody up in the back of their car. Nobody's Spider-Man like that. So then we signed that off. The last one I'll talk about, because again, this system is so comprehensive. We did driver scores. And the driver score was about seatbelt use, because it measures and it knows, idle time, because we cut down idle time 1 hour a shift, and it paid for the system, $90,000 a year, 1 hour of idle time. Excessive braking, excessive acceleration. Oh, by the way, it'll measure seatbelt use. You don't start getting dinged for seatbelt use until it's over 15 miles an hour. We want you to be able to go through, in the middle of the night at 10 miles an hour, 5 miles an hour through a parking lot in an apartment complex without your seatbelt if you feel comfortable. So we set it at 15. And then it spits out a driver score every month, 0 to 100. But no one could be punished for it. We could only reward people for driving behavior. The most negative thing that could happen with your driver's score was that your sergeant would get it and have a sit down with you and say, how on earth can you have a 0? You have a 0. And so they could talk through those things, but no discipline was attached. So the one thing I would say, I'm going to go back to the beginning, the most underutilized piece of technology for safety in law enforcement, in my opinion, that I think exists. And you can get through labor with it. I let them put it in their labor agreement so they'd be protected forever. Why? Because I was using it for good. The person after me, they might use it for evil. Give them the protections that they need so somebody doesn't use it for evil. That was way longer than I tried, so.
I was going to tell you had 5, not 4.
Oh, okay. just under the wire.
Chief Sharp.
One of the things that I think is incredibly important and is policy. You have to have up-to-date policy. You have to have the things in place that set those expectations. And in addition to the policy, you need to make sure that you train to the policy. We use Lexapol and 6-minute trainings, and we talk about those things, but the safety has to be in the policy. And then not only do you train to it, but you also you manage and supervise according to that policy. And so that's why it's so important that it is a system approach to doing things and making sure that people understand that these are the rules and we're going to enforce the rules. It's important. One of the things that I found years ago was the number of states that have legislation that exempt police officers from wearing seatbelts. In fact, I co-authored an article for Police Chief Magazine probably about 15 years ago saying, the title was serious about seatbelts, and trying to get my peers to understand that that's important, and that we want to encourage that. That 47% that was talked about, that's absolutely unacceptable. And so we would make sure that the people understood what the policies were, what the rules were, and then we expected our supervisors to enforce those. And again, I think a lot of this is you reward the good behavior, but you also have to have that the courage to confront and make sure that when people aren't following the rules, that they're brought into compliance, or you take their car away from them, something. But those are some of the things that I think that's in addition to what's been mentioned. I think the policy and having good up-to-date policy, and then making sure that they're followed. Hands-free, distracted driving. There's police officers, but just the nature of the job are driving distracted. So we want to minimize that. So I was very active in getting a hands-free statute in the state of Arizona, and the legislators and I'm sure a number of my peers, they exempted law enforcement. I put a policy in place that said you're not going to do that. So the legislature said it's okay. I put a policy in place, and then I gave them the tools. So I made sure that every one of our cars was equipped with Bluetooth. And clearly, if there was some emergency that they had to use their cell phone, then that's why we have management, to look at those things, say, okay, you violated policy, but there was a good reason for it.
And it has to be fair, and that is
absolutely
an absolute fair system that you put in place. I want to bring up the tough question. And once we finish this, audience participation, please, if you have questions, tap these brains. We've talked length, what you've done, what you did to make officers safer, what you did to lower crash reduction. And speaking of which, I just had a squirrel moment. Rob, what happened with departmental crashes and officer safety when you introduced telematics?
We introduced telematics and a lot of policy changes, posters, training, you name it. So it was comprehensive. And injuries, we measured over a 4-year period, pursuits and collisions. They plummeted. We went from 11 injuries a year to 0 or 1. And when I mean injuries, I mean significant. Our litigation went from averaging about 2 million a year, if you count all of it, to in the single-digit thousands, 5,000, 7,000, 9,000. It means we're just paying out claims. And so everything plummeted when we introduced all of the measures that we did, including telematics. The one thing I will say about telematics, which is really the obvious that people forget, why probably the greatest value of telematics is just its existence in their car. No matter how you use it, because it was in my car, and just the thought of that thing being in my car made me drive safer than I was the worst person on planet Earth to be behind. So all of those things together created some pretty amazing data, data is just a byproduct of our efforts. We don't do it on purpose. It just happens.
Another squirrel moment. Sheriff Wetzel, when you took on this new role of the traffic enforcement agency that you weren't before, your officers become safer?
Our officers did become safer. Crashes reduced, but as we were reducing crashes in the county, we were also reducing crashes in the agency.
It's amazing how traffic enforcement begets safety, not just for the public, but actually for officers as well. Doing measures to implement traffic safety makes officers safety. Policies to protect officers makes them safer. All these byproducts of just doing good, sound traffic enforcement strategies, traffic safety strategies, it's got a win-win. So there's all the talk about what we've been doing, and we're so good at talking about what we've done. 42,915 lives were lost in 2021. That's up significantly. 40 years benchmark, high water mark. That
Let's
was just
try.
not
Let's try 38 years.
38 years.
Back in 1983, there were 42,589 lives lost in traffic crashes. 38 years ago.
So obviously, the question is, what aren't we doing? We can talk about all these things we are doing. What are we missing? What aren't we doing? Who wants to volunteer to take the stab at this one first?
Let me do that. You know, when we talk about numbers, 42,000, 43,000, they don't take on significance unless, in my case, I had a wife and 2-year-old daughter who became numbers in those traffic fatality statistics in 1980. And that's fueled the passion that I have for traffic safety and that I've worked at for the past 40 years, is because it becomes real, it becomes personal to me. And I'm sure that you maybe have lost a partner or a family member or a friend, and it becomes personal to you when that happens. That's why I have such a passion for traffic safety. But what we've seen is in the last 40 years, we've not seen a movement. We've seen up and down, but we've not seen a movement. We should be down. 38 years ago, we had the same number we had this in 2021. We should be farther down than that. And I think a lot of the things, I work with Matt a lot, and let me just read 4 things or 5 things. When we talk about how to impact even impaired driving, how about not allowing the prosecutor or judges to reduce an impaired driving charge? How about treating impaired driving death as murder, the same as we would as a gun or a knife, except it's done with a 4,000-pound weapon? How about mandatory prison or jail sentences that repeat or that increase with repeat sentences? How about vehicle seizure when you're arrested for impaired driving? How about the guy that killed Sergeant Nelson? How about him paying child support for that 11-year-old child and that 7-year-old child of the officer until they turn 21? How about doing something like this and a combination of these to get the attention of the public and make it a matter of, I don't want to pay child support, I don't want to lose my car, I don't want to go to jail, but to make it where the public understands that that's what's going to happen. It's the fact that we don't have teeth in a lot of enforcement. We don't have teeth when a judge consistently reduces, or a prosecutor consistently reduces the charges. And I think that's one of the areas where we're missing.
Talk about accountability within organizations. What about accountability within society? Yeah. Rob?
My answer is different, but it's the same philosophically. And no more questions without a heads up. This is really uncomfortable. So if I were to say, for everybody that's here in the room and everybody that's hybrid, if I were to say, everybody who thinks safety first, raise your hand. Now everybody would raise their hand. They wouldn't all believe it, but everybody would, because everybody says it. But we don't do it. We don't. I've listened to stories all day today about people, even when we're at lunch, no disrespect to anybody, I've done it too. Even speakers and below 100, some of the videos we see, right? And some of the things we see, all those people say safety first. But we don't. We don't do policies that we should do because we don't want to make people mad or hurt feelings. We don't have restrictive pursuit policies because, by golly, we're going to chase them to the end of the earth, even though that's not the safest thing. We don't put our money where our mouth is when it comes to equipment and technology and vehicles and training and EVOC. All the shooting that we do, we all know it is more dangerous to give that kid, boy or girl, give them a car than it is a gun. They're going to hurt more people, they're going to get us sued more, and they're going to hurt themselves more often. So when you guys promote, everybody, when you promote, do you test for safety? that person that you promote? Well, it's your number one value. It's the most important thing to us. And when we make people our FTOs and our EVOC instructors and our sergeants and our lieutenants, those people that we really need, is that part of the test? Not usually. What have they done to make their people safer that they weren't told to do? So what hurts us in our industry, so I use myself as the ultimate example. I said safety first my entire career, but until I believed in my heart, after 20 plus years into my career in command staff, I finally decided to put safety first. I would just encourage everybody here and everybody that's listening to, if you're going to say safety first, work at it. Do everything that you can to get your people home the same way their families sent them to you. That's got to be what our message is. And they'll know you. They'll know when you mean it, and they'll know when you're truly, truly trying. They'll feel it.
Your turn.
So I think in addition to what's been said is what we're not doing is again, we're not having the serious discussion about it. We're not bringing forward the importance of it. When I took over as the police chief in Oro Valley, I looked around and saw the fact that people weren't taking things seriously. That safety was not a huge issue. Managing risk was not an issue. And so I reached out to my friend Gordon Graham, and I brought him to my agency. And he had done things for us in Tucson, and then so we sat down and started figuring, what is it that we're not doing? So you can bring in an expert that can actually help with your command staff and your supervision, but this was something that was important to the agency. The interesting thing, you talk about byproducts. After we started implementing and talking about and raising it to the specter that it's something we do take seriously, things started to change. We had fewer crashes, we had fewer incidents, we had fewer injuries. Training was stepped up. I put a lot of money toward that, and about 2 years later, I got a call from our insurance pool. It's the insure the communities in the state of Arizona, and they said, we don't know what you did, but your numbers have plummeted. Crashes, claims, everything about that, and they actually put me on a tour going around talking to other communities about what we had done, and found out that they weren't doing the same sorts of things. So again, I think having conversations like this where we can raise that awareness will help people to figure out the things that aren't being done that should be being done.
Awesome. Any questions from our audience?
I have one quick add to something that was said earlier that supports what all three of us just said, and it's very quick. So safety is a great cause, and the thing about these great causes that we're talking about, all of these programs, all of these things, is that everything, if it doesn't have a champion, it will die a slow, horrible death, no matter what the cause, no matter how fantastic. People will leave something like this or a below 100 class, and if they are cheering and yelling, saying this is the best thing, and I'm gonna change the world, and then it fades, right? They don't champion that cause forever, and they don't surround themselves with people who will champion it with them. So, another place where we drop the ball is we cheer at the end of a training or a day like this if we truly loved it. And then it just fades away to dust, if we don't champion that cause relentlessly.
The other thing is, when we're changing culture, we also have to change language. One thing about today, I have not heard the A word used today. It's a crash. It's not an accident. If accident is in your vocabulary, get it out, because we can't continue. We are working crashes, collisions. We can't be acceptance of, nobody dies by accident in a crash.
Some of the things we've heard over the course of today, starting off with Congresswoman Demings, safety has to be a mindset. It's a culture. It has to be adapted. You have to live it, breathe it, and love it. And if you're not, you're selling it short. And if you've got officers that you see them out there directing traffic one day and they're not wearing their vest, if it's not in your mindset to correct it right away, not with discipline, but just a reminder, hand your vest out the window to them, then you're not buying into the idea of safety as a culture. It's a mindset. Nick said earlier, if it's predictable, it's preventable. It's all measurable. It's all data points. And we always use the word data or data, however you want to say it. It's lives. Every single officer that's lost because they didn't buckle up, because they weren't aware at a scene, they weren't practicing good management at the traffic incident. It's not just that officer. It's their family. It's the agency. It's the community. It's not a data point. It's a person. That's the safety culture. What we're doing isn't working. Our deaths rate, hopefully we'll look back in 10 years and this was just a massive blip. But 242 over the last 5 years, 42,915 in 2021. We got to do something more. With that idea of doing something more, the brain trust here, closing thoughts right from the hip.
Well, when you talk about doing more, and you know, we have road to zero, zero vision, or vision zero. We have this mindset and this traffic safety attitude out there that we want to get to zero roadway deaths. And one of the things that when I meet with these groups and talk to them, you know, we need to start with our own profession. We need to get to zero with our law enforcement. You know, we're not going to get to zero deaths on our roadways if we can't figure out a way to do it with our own. And so again, that culture that you're talking about, Tim, is very important. So I think, you know, that's the thing is, yeah, we want our roads to be safe, but we want our officers to be safe out there on our roads. You know, and that's the reason I think we're here, the three of us or four of us, because, you know, we're committed to the safety of our communities and our officers, and we have to do a better job. And you know, one of the things that I always told my command staff and actually told everybody in the agency is we want to strive for continuous improvement. So you know, once we get below 100, you know, we'll change it to below 50. And then we'll change it to below 25, but we can never accept the status quo. We can never accept that what we're doing is the best we can do. There's always room for improvement, and so we have to have that mindset.
So I work in a different industry now. I work in the utility industry, and the funny thing about the utility industry, everybody that didn't become a cop became a lineman because they are the same people. I learned a lesson that I really want you to believe me when I tell you this. It's powerful, and that it's the same everywhere. Decide to make your people safer. Decide to get them home, and you can. That's the scary part, because I thought, maybe it's just because I learned below 100 and cop work and all that stuff. No, it's the same everywhere. It's human nature. So leaders, people with authority, if you choose to do it, then you can give them a better shot at getting home. And then here's why some people don't like to hang out with me. And if you don't, meaning you're putting people at greater risk, you can't have one without the other, and shame on you.
Well said.
Every law enforcement officer in this country should be required to walk through the row of trees across the road and to come to the candlelight ceremony in May. That's what we're trying to do, is to keep their name off the wall. We're trying to keep from making them another add-on to the wall. So as administrators, as champions for traffic safety, that has to be in our agencies. That has to be in the men and women who serve the community. Not one more should die, and yet they will. So what we do here today, and what we continue to do as we leave this later this evening, is understand that what we do is try to save lives. The lives of our public and the lives of those who protect us.
Well said. I love social media for many different reasons. I don't love it as much now as I used to, but I love social media. Here's a question for you. How many people in this room are on Facebook or Instagram, Twitter, TikTok. Okay, keep those hands up. Keep those hands up. How many of you shared a message in the last 7 days about traffic safety? There we go. We love this stuff. We breathe this stuff. It's our culture. It's what we do. It's what we talk about. Except for, on the socials. You can do it. It's easy. It's a core value. I do it all the time. It's kind of geeky. I love traffic. I love saving lives even more. I got to bring them both together in one space. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your time, your expertise, and your thoughts and your leadership. I know I said questions, but you weren't fast enough, and they kept on jumping up. I will share you a funny story, though. Rob, when he left law enforcement and went to the power utility company, he said it was truly shocking. Thank you so much.
Okay, I want to thank each of our panelists again. These guys, as I mentioned, some of them traveled across our great nation to be here. And I thank each and every one of you for doing it, making this a special event. As I said today, it's a package. We're trying to give you everything from what the problem is to what the thinking is and what the solutions may be. And as I mentioned, we're going to have a report later on. One last note before we break. You may not be aware of it, but we have had to add to the National Memorial. It's run out of room. So if you go across the street and look at it, there is, I call it a capstone. I don't know if that's the right way to put it, but we had to put extra blank space on the top of the old wall because we've run out of room. So we've, that's what this is all about. Somebody said, keeping names off the wall. That's exactly what this is all about. So thank you. Let's take a 10-minute break. And thank you, gentlemen. Yeah, come on. I'd like to introduce Gordon Graham. Gordon Graham has been actively involved in public safety since 1973. He has taken his background as a street cop, supervisor, and manager, and has coupled this with his experience as a lawyer and his education and training as a risk manager, and is the co-founder of Lexipol, a company designed to standardize policy, procedure, and training within public safety agencies around America. Gordon was the first recipient of the Governor's Award for Excellence in Law Enforcement in 1995 and is the 2008 recipient of the Lifetime Achievement Award in California Law Enforcement. In 2005, he was awarded the Presidential Award for Excellence from the IAFC for his lifetime work improving firefighter safety and performance. In 2015, he received a Lifetime Dedication Award from the International Public Safety Leaderships and Ethics Institute. In 2018, he received the James Opestar Sentinel for Safety Award for his lifetime work in improving aviation safety internationally. In 2019, he received the Howard W. Rayon Distinguished Service Award, a man who probably needs no introduction, but please join me in welcoming Gordon Graham.
Thank you, Gordon. Well, thanks, ladies and gentlemen. And for those out in the viewing audience, thank you for taking the time out of your busy day. I've got till 45 minutes after the hour to give you my comments on this. If you want a set of handouts, the group here has got a set of handouts. But for you in the viewing audience, if you visit lexipol.com/presentations, right up front there, lexipol.com/presentations, you will be able to get a set of handouts. First things first, I want to thank all the good people here at the National Law Enforcement Memorial Fund for allowing me to be here today. I want to thank the good people at Lexipol for sponsoring my appearance here today, and to all of you for coming here today. For those of you I've never met, you heard the introduction. The California Highway Patrol was kind enough to hire me in 1973. Got out of the academy. They sent all the new kids to Los Angeles. We had a very short field break-in period, and I was assigned to a car. And shortly into my career, less than a month into my career, I was assigned to a fixed post detail on an on-ramp in downtown Los Angeles. If you need to know, the Hoover on-ramp to westbound Santa Monica Freeway. There was a Caltrans issue there, and so they needed CHP officers there. So there was a motorcycle cop named Ron and me in a car, and for 3 days, we did this fixed post detail. Day one, this woman gets on the on-ramp in a brand new BMW, and absolutely gorgeous, gorgeous woman. She honks the horn and waves at the motorcycle cop, Ron. Next day, same woman, same time, gets on the freeway, honks the horn and blows him a kiss. Day three, she comes on the on-ramp, rolls down the window, motions to me. I come over. She gives me a card in an envelope, and you could smell the perfume on it. And she said, "Would you give that to the motorcycle officer?" And so I walked over and I gave it to Ron, and there was a very graphic message in there. And he got on his motorcycle and followed her away, and I didn't see him for the rest of the day. And I said, I got to be a motorcycle cop. And for 10 years, I rode that stupid thing and never had anything like that happen to me. But that's another story. But where I did luck out was in going to school. What people remember in the introduction, always a lawyer. Yes, I've had a law practice now for 40 years. But prior to law school, I did my graduate work at the Institute of Safety and Systems Management. And as I look at my life today, where I am, that's made a big difference. The ISSM, for those of you who have no clue, our military during World War II had a terrible, terrible safety record. For those of you who have never read the great book Unbroken, the story of Louis Zamperini, later a movie by Angelina Jolie, but like every book to movie, the book's 1,000 times better. One piece of data jumped out of the book and floored me. The United States Army Air Corps training pilots during World War II was suffering on average 19 fatalities per day in training exercises. Not isolated. 4 years ago, we had the 75th anniversary of D-Day. What did we learn 4 years ago? How many U.S. soldiers died storming Utah Beach on D-Day? 197. What a lot of people don't know or forgot is that 1 month prior to D-Day, on a training exercise getting ready to storm Utah Beach. We lost hundreds of our personnel due to an accident. Holy moly. Holy moly. At the end of the war, the military said, we got a problem. We've got a problem. So in 1950, they contracted with the University of Southern California to build this Institute of Safety and Systems Management. Now, my guess is they could have contracted with UCLA, but they probably wanted it done right. So they went to USC and said, build a program to educate military leaders on the principles of risk. And during that 3-year window, I got hooked on the study of tragedy. And I've got a limited amount of time here, but let me tell you something that really got me started. One of my professors was Chater Mason. Another professor I had was Ted Ferry. Another professor I had was Harry Hurt. Harry Hurt. Now, in my viewing audience here, who in here rides a motorcycle? Have you read the Hurt Report? Have you read the Hurt Report? Has anybody read the Hurt Report? Harry Hurt was one of my professors, and it's an entire military group. He was former military. I'm sitting there. Class ends. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. See you next week. Gordon, can I see you after class? And what did I do? Professor Hurt? Gordon, I'm starting to think that you're non-military. That's correct, sir. What do you do? Sir, I'm with the California Highway Patrol. Are you a motorcycle officer? I am. Gordon, I've got a federal grant and I'm studying motorcycle fatalities. Would you like to be part of my collection team? What's the answer to that? What's the answer? Oh, absolutely. Harry Hurt and his crew of investigators over a 3-year window studied just about 1,000 motorcycle fatalities. I was part of that collection team. And very quickly, we identified the number one cause of motorcycle fatality, left-hand turns. And if you've been riding for any period of time, you've also been whacked on a left-hand turn. You're going down the road, minding your own business, and some fool makes a left directly in front of you. They regularly hit motorcycle riders, and then the cops show up, and they talk to the driver of the car that made the left, and the driver of the car always says the same thing. I never saw the bike. So the question became in the 70s, why can't people see motorcycles, and what can we do about it? Back in the 70s, you had an option on your headlight on your motorcycle. You could turn your headlight on or off anytime you wanted. As a result of the Hurt Report, the option was taken away. Effective January 1, 1981, we got a new federal new motor vehicle safety standard. The second you turn on the ignition on your bike, what happens? Headlight comes on. And check the data from 82, 83, 84, 85, 86. What happened to motorcycles that had mandatory headlights? What happened to wrecks? They went down dramatically. Well, Gordon, that's a good story. No, it's not. I was riding a motorcycle for the Highway Patrol back in 1981. The second the CHP found out about the new law, mandatory headlights, they immediately requested a waiver from the federal government. That law does not apply to the California Highway Patrol. Why not? Officer safety. Officer safety. We have to have the ability to turn our headlight off in case we're being shot at. So let's check the data. How many of our cops have been killed because they could not turn the headlight off? Oh, that's right. None. And how many have we lost from left-hand turn wrecks? Over 100. Black swans versus gray rhinos, folks. One of my goals here today is to get you either to drop me an email or, again, visit lexipol.com/presentations and get a copy of my reading list. Obviously, I'm biased. It's all books on risk. But two great books on my reading list, The Black Swan by Nassim Nicholas Taleb and The Gray Rhino by Michelle Wucker. Take them one at a time. Taleb's great book. 1597, this Englishman goes down to Australia. And he sees this big black bird that looks like a swan, but in his world, where he comes from, England, swans are white. So he asked the Aussie guy, what kind of bird is that? It's a black swan, mate. To the Englishman, that was an unknown unknown, something he had never even considered, the possibility of a black swan. Fast forward to 21 years ago, 1 month after September 11th, Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld, by the way, he passed away last year. This is in his obituary if you want to read it. Sec Rumsfeld was asked this question in a news conference. Secretary Rumsfeld, what's your greatest fear on this war on terror? Remember his answer? My greatest fear are the black swans, the unknown unknowns, the things we haven't even thought about yet. On the other hand, Michelle Wucker has got this great book called The Gray Rhino. These massive 4,000-pound beasts that are running right at us. We can see them coming, and yet we refuse to get out of the way. Black swans versus gray rhinos. By the end of the day, I want you to know, with respect to our topic today, traffic safety, there are very few, if any, black swans. Most of the tragedies we face as a result of traffic operations are gray rhinos. They're coming right at us. We can see them coming. We know exactly what's going to happen, and we refuse to do anything about it. I will now give you a graphic of my life. For 40 years now, as a lawyer, I have been handling tragedies. That's what lawyers do. My son died in this motorcycle collision. My house was destroyed by this pipeline explosion. I'm being indicted for excessive force. I'm being fired for harassment. I'm being sued for a collision. My husband died in this plane crash. For 40 years as a lawyer, I've been handling tragedies. Please recall my brief reference to graduate school prior to law school at the Institute of Safety and Systems Management. Risk managers do not handle tragedies. Risk managers study tragedies, and we look for cause. Here's the grand plan, folks. In any occupation, in any profession, in any tragedy. Stop the story right there. You heard the introduction. I just don't work for cops or firefighters or public safety. I do a lot of work in high-risk industries. Over the decades, I've done a lot of work in the mining industry, the trucking industry, the construction industry. Currently, I'm doing a lot of work in the aviation industry, oddly enough, the water, wastewater industry, and the nuclear industry. It doesn't make any difference. In any occupation, in any profession, in any tragedy, if you can identify what really caused it, then you can build control measures, policies, procedures, protocols, rules, directives, SOs, GOs, initiatives, call them what you want. But if these control measures are properly designed, kept up to date, and fully implemented, you can prevent future similar tragedies. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my entire life on the screen in front of you. This is 3 years of graduate school, 4 years of law school, $250,000 of tuition, a lot of sleepless nights, and it's all I know. Don't ask me about sports. I don't know jack about sports. Cryptocurrency, I have no clue. Stock market, I'm clueless. This is what I know. As a lawyer, I handle tragedy. As a risk manager, I study tragedy, identify cause, build viable control measures, prevent future similar tragedies from occurring. But in order to build these appropriate control measures to prevent future similar tragedies from occurring, you must first be able to identify the cause of a given tragedy. And if you've been to any of my programs over the last 40 years, you know my pet peeve in life. We don't teach risk management in grade school in this country. We don't teach risk management in high school in this country. And hear this one loud and clear. We hire women and men and put them into the complex, high-risk job of law enforcement operations. Is there any training on risk management at the start of the career? How dare you? How dare you put people in a high-risk job with no training on the discipline of risk management? Well, Gordon, we don't have a formal class, but we talk about it all the time. No, we don't. We don't know jack about risk management. And worse than that, we think we do. Every now and then I'll run into some idiot. Oh, Gordon, my organization is committed to risk management. We are committed to risk management. Are you really? Show me your organizational chart. What? You just told me you're committed to risk management. Where will I find risk management on your police department organizational chart, your sheriff's department organizational chart, your city organizational chart, your county organizational chart? Where will I find it? It's not on there. If it is on there, is it anywhere near the top where it's got some influence? No, it's usually in the basement. Does it have its own box? Oh, no. Finance/risk management, maintenance/risk management, and my favorite, HR/risk management. We don't get it. We don't get it. By the way, you know who's at the highest levels of every government organizational chart? The lawyers. Now walk down this logical road with me. The people whose bias is post-incident correction are at the highest levels of every government organizational chart, and the people whose bias is pre-incident prevention are not on the organizational chart, and we wonder why we got so many problems. When anybody asks me what's the biggest problem America has today, duh, who runs America? We're working on President 46. 26 of the 46, for any lieutenants in here, that's more than half. 26 of the 46, before they got elected, what'd they do? Lawyers. Most of your senators, lawyers. Congress people, lawyers. Governors, lawyers. So the people whose bias is let's wait for something bad to happen so we can fix it are running things. And the people whose bias is let's fix things up front. Nobody listens to them? I put this on my newest series of DVDs, by the way. Anybody out there in my viewing audience who knows a risk manager holds elected office at any level, give me a call and prove it to me, and I'll buy you and your family dinner with a small lawyer asterisk, limited to a party of 4, Southern California area, rest of my choice. Nobody's ever called. We don't get it. We are so stupid, we don't even know how to identify cause of a tragedy. Well, Gordon, identifying cause is easy. Really? For 40 years, I've been boring you with stories about tragedy Titanic. Why do I keep on talking about Titanic? Wherever I go in the world, everybody knows Titanic. Everybody. 110 years ago, 1,500 people ended up dead. By any definition, that's a tragedy. What caused it? You walk up to 100 Americans today and ask them what caused tragedy Titanic. 99 will tell you what. It's iceberg. It was. I saw the movie 14 times. Why do we do that? Why is it when we ask people what caused the tragedy, they instantly default to the event in time that instantly preceded the tragedy? The ship hit the iceberg, the ship went down, therefore the iceberg had to be the cause. So what do? We build control measures to address icebergs, and ships continue to sink. Gordon, are you suggesting the iceberg was not the cause? If you're fading in, fading out on this lecture, please fade in here for a second. In any occupation, in any profession, in any tragedy, rarely is it a single event that generates the tragedy. Usually, it is a cascade of events over a period of time that go uninterrupted. Oh, we have a triggering event. In the world of risk management, we call that triggering event the proximate cause. I'm not being rude here, just very blunt. Any idiot can identify the proximate cause of a tragedy. But if you are building control measures based on proximate cause alone, and so many organizations do, you are dooming yourself, you are dooming your organization, you are dooming your personnel to future tragedies. Real risk managers, and that's where I want you headed. Don't stop here. Real risk managers go back in time and ask this question: were there related causes? Were there contributory causes? Were there associated causes? Were there root causes? Were there conditions? Were there cultures? Were there problems lying in wait that everybody knew about and nobody did a darn thing about it? You want to leave with something today? You want to leave with something? I just listened to that panel discussion here. So what are we going to do? Your daily and ongoing responsibility as a line employee, as a supervisor, as a manager, as an executive, and you're all here or you're all online today, your daily and ongoing responsibility is to take a look at your span of control, your sphere of influence every day and ask this question: do I have problems lying in wait? If you're a cop and you're grossly out of shape, is that a problem lying in wait? If you're a dispatcher, suffer from narcolepsy and you're hiding from your department, is that a problem lying in wait? If you're a jail deputy packing a racial bias, is that a problem lying in wait? If you're a detective and you don't know the Fourth Amendment of the United States Constitution inside and out, is that a problem lying in wait? If you're a supervisor who wants to be everybody's best friend, is that a problem lying in wait? If you're a supervisor who doesn't understand the policies and procedures of your chief, of your sheriff, how on earth are you going to fulfill your obligation as a supervisor, primary mission, enforcement of organizational policy, if you don't even know what the policies are? If you're a supervisor who lacks the guts to have that courageous conversation with one of your employees and change their direction before they end up dead, fired, or indicted, is that a problem lying in wait? Let's move up a rank, mid-management. Do we have problems lying in wait in our fleet? Do we have problems lying in wait in our policy manual? Do we have problems lying in wait amongst our personnel? Do we have problems lying in wait in our training? And when you become the executive, the buck stops with you. Do we have problems lying in wait that everybody knows about and nobody's doing a darn thing about it? And I am fed up, folks, We've got these problems lying in wait, and everybody knows, and nobody does a darn thing about it. And why? On my recommended reading list is a great book by Margaret Heffernan, Genius. Chapter 1, Why Don't People Report Problems Lying in Wait? In too many organizations, she says this very clearly. If you raise your hand and say, we have a problem, in the eyes of many people in the organization, what? You're the problem. So don't raise your hand. And this is particularly acute in government operations, and you are government operations. Because if you raise your hand and take that risk, you get paid X. If you don't do jack and ignore the risk, how much do you get paid? X. So why raise your hand? And as a result, in too many organizations, mediocrity has replaced accountability, and the whole house of cards is falling apart, ladies and gentlemen. We've got these problems lying in wait. Everybody knows, and nobody's doing a darn thing about it. Allow me to digress. I came on in 73. Very few women cops in 1973. By 83, more and more women coming into law enforcement, and more issues regarding sexual harassment. So I put together a program in 85 called Sexual Harassment Techniques for Elimination. And between 85 and 95, I taught the class one way. And in 95, I had a brilliant idea. I've got a new way to teach my sex harassment class. And I tried it for about 2 months. And I got in so much trouble for doing it the new way, I had to stop doing it the new way. So I now do it the old way. So I don't do it the new way anymore because I got in so much trouble for doing it the new way. But I'll tell you what I did for 2 months that I don't do anymore. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Gordon Graham here. I got you for 4 hours on sex harassment techniques for elimination. Let's get started. And I would reach into my tax-deductible briefcase and pull out a stack of 3x5 cards, and I would hand them out at random. Randomly, you don't get one, and you don't get one, and you don't get one, but you do, and you do, but you don't, and you do. You can hear people talking. This is not random. He's just giving it to the women. And I get back up front. Ladies, you all have a 3x5 card. Would you please take a look around the room right now and write down the name of the biggest sexual predator in this room right now? And by the way, if you're going to do this, you get your cash up front because they are not going to pay you after the fact. I go around and pick up the cards. In every stack of cards that I see one name repeated over and over again, I'd hold them up to the chief. Chief, what? Good news, sir. It's not your name. I knew that. I did. Sir, I'll sell you these cards for $50,000. And you can see him thinking, well, we could take it out of asset seizure and forfeiture money. And then I'd tear the cards up, throw them away. My guess is, Chief, you don't need to buy them. My guess is what? You already know. When was the last time a sex harassment lawsuit was filed against any organization where people sat around after the fact and said, ah, who would have ever thunk? Most of the time people were saying what? It's been going on for years. Everybody knew, and nobody did a darn thing about it. Gordon, what's this got to do with our class today? Traffic safety issues. I got a 4-hour block on vehicle operations and cop shops. Everybody gets a 3x5 card at the start of the day. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Gordon Graham here. In front of you, you got a set of handouts and a 3x5 card. Would you take a look around the room right now and write down the name of the next cop in this room right now who's going to stack up a patrol car? Does every cop in every department in America know who the next cop is who's going to wreck a sled? Do the dispatchers know who's going to stack up the car? Do the mechanics know who's going to stack up the car? Pads and rotors every 300 miles. I saw that one coming. Everybody knows, and nobody's doing a darn thing about it. We're not having that courageous conversation, folks. We've got these problems lying in wait. Everybody knows, and nobody's doing a darn thing about it. Okay, Gordon, what do we need to know? What's the takeaway today? When you get to page 12 of the handout material, I want to cover what everybody else has already said, but I want to give you just a little more detail. Item number 1, problem lying in wait. Fatigue. Fatigue. I wonder how many tragedies in American law enforcement are assigned a proximate cause of X when the real problem lying in wait is a grossly fatigued employee. These are not my words, folks. I read what smart people write. If you're not getting 7 hours of uninterrupted sleep every night, you are suffering from fatigue. And every now and then I got somebody fact checking me all the time. Mr. Graham, I'm on the fatigue website, sir. It doesn't say 7 hours, sir. It says 6 to 8 hours. How did you come up with 7? Well, Lieutenant, I know I did that quickly. I went to Catholic school. Are you getting 7 hours of uninterrupted sleep every night? Are your personnel getting 7 hours of uninterrupted sleep every night? If you're a single mom or a single dad, are you tired all the time? If you got a special needs kid, are you tired all the time? If you're taking care of an elderly parent with Alzheimer's or dementia, are you tired all the time? Long commutes, secondary employment, going to school. We're a tired bunch, folks. We are a tired bunch, and we're not even talking about it. We are not even talking about fatigue. It's the dirty little secret in our business. It's a huge problem lying in wait. The gurus on fatigue in the world are Dr. and Dr. James. Lois and Steve James, a wife-husband team, both PhDs out of Washington State University, Spokane. They are the gurus on fatigue. If you want more information, you look up their work and you will be amazed what they're doing with respect to fatigue, human performance, and how it impacts law enforcement. There's a lot of good information there, but I'll tell you bottom line, does fatigue impact decision-making, critical thinking skills, judgment, coordination and balance, vision, lifespan? The answer to all of the above is yes. That's a huge problem lying in wait. Item number 2, distractions. Distractions. I've already heard this today. In-car computers, are they a distraction? Cell phones, are they a distraction? Don't get distracted while you're driving. That's a high-risk task. So, CHP did an audit in 1975. One of our 10 offices that had motorcycle cops was grossly overrepresented in motorcycle collisions. So they went out to study it. It was West Los Angeles office. When they drilled down on the data, 1 2-mile beat of West Los Angeles was 5 times overrepresented in motorcycle collisions involving CHP officers. Have you figured it out yet? Sunset Boulevard. Gordon, you don't need to say anymore. It was all the beautiful women on Sunset Boulevard. Your motorcycle cops were distracted. Not even close. It was the plate glass windows on both sides of Sunset Boulevard where the motor cops could watch themselves going down the road. Oh, God, do I look good or what? Don't get distracted. Don't get distracted. Distractions. Complacency. How many times have you heard this today? Complacency kills. I don't care how many times you've directed traffic on the interstate. The next time you direct traffic on the interstate, is it as risky as the first time you directed traffic on the interstate? Night 1 on the job, I directed traffic on Interstate 10. I'm brand new. I'm an idiot. I have no clue. My training officer says we've got to call up on the Santa Monica Freeway, which, by the way, is an elevated freeway in downtown Los Angeles. I see all this smoke up ahead. He stops about a quarter mile away. He opens up the trunk, gives me a box of flares, and says, lay a flare pattern. For the first time in my life, I'm standing on a freeway at nighttime with big rigs going by. And for those of you who have never worked an elevated freeway, when the big rigs go by, what happens? Holy moly. I was throwing those flares out at random. I was scared to death. Night 2, I was laying flares. I was scared to death. Night 3, I was laying flares. I was scared to death. Year 20, I was laying flares. I don't know when it happened, but sometime between night 3 and year 20, did laying flares become routine? Yes or no? The level of risk has not changed, folks. Acclimation to risk has changed. Don't get complacent. I don't care how many times you've done a high-risk task. The level of risk never changes. Don't get complacent. Item next, hubris. Don't get cocky. I love confident cops. Cocky cops, are they a problem lying in wait? When people start thinking, I've been doing this job so long, nothing bad can happen to me. Is something bad going to happen? Don't get cocky. Don't get cocky. Item next, risk homeostasis. I love this topic. In my long programs, I spend about an hour talking about risk homeostasis. Gordon, what is it? That's where we do things with the goal of making people more safe. And in fact, we make them less safe. Well, Gordon, that doesn't make sense. That's why it's a phenomenon. Talk to old firefighters. Old firefighters will tell you this. Gordon, your ears will tell you when to get out of a burning building. You could hear something, Chief? No, they got so hot you had to leave. Well, we don't want firefighters getting their ears burned, so we gave them hoods. So what do they do now? Stay in longer, go in deeper, buildings collapse on firefighters? Have hoods made firefighters more safe or less safe? CHP bought BMW motorcycles in the mid-90s. It was the only bike you could get with ABS at the time. You know what? With better brakes, wrecks will go down. Wrecks went up. Once my cops figured out they had better brakes, they started doing what? Driving faster. I was sitting at a top management meeting at the time when that data came in. Well, Gordon, what's your recommendation? Take the brakes off the motorcycles and watch how safe they get. Oh, you're difficult. Risk homeostasis, spike strips, TDDs. I'm working with several people right now on a recommendation that we either do away with these things or severely limit their use. Severely limit their use. The last number I heard, last 10 years, 45 cops died on these TDD deployments. What's the risk and what's the benefit? Now, if you've read any of my stuff, I am opposed to using language shall and shall not, because once you take away discretion from the endpoint user, does that cause some problems occasionally? But I am very close to saying shall not unless there be some very restricted circumstances where you're able to do this. But that's a problem lying in wait. Speeding. What's the oldest joke in America? Why do cops drive fast? Because they can. Because they can. Slow down. Slow down. Put away the meth. Get into some heroin. Slow down. I still do ride-alongs with cops. I'm 16 years retired. And when I heard that data earlier today, that cops are living 6.2 years, whoa, I win. I got 16 years. I'm now in the state's money at this point. Slow down. I do ride-alongs with cops. And I'm riding around with a young man not too long ago. And I'm sitting in the right front seat. He's on patrol, staring straight ahead. The light's red. The light turns green. Next red light. Light goes green. About 4 lights into it, I said, what are you doing? I'm on patrol. You ain't patrolling. You're racing from stoplight to stoplight. Slow down, son. Roll down your window. You can hear crime. You can hear crime. And not too long after that, I had my window down, and there was this hellacious scream. This hellacious scream. He heard it. First thing he does is he looks at his MDT. I said, did you hear that? I got nothing. Let me tell you the way it works. She screams, somebody calls 911, then they send it to you. If we go over there now, we might be able to figure something out. You can smell crime. When I say that to people, oh, no way. Has anybody in here made an arrest because they smelled the arrest? Yep, hands are going up. Hands are going up, folks. Speeding, right side approaches. If you don't get anything else out of my time with you today, right side approaches are much safer than left side approaches. Right side approaches give you cover, concealment, and no passing traffic. Left side approaches, zero cover, zero concealment, and passing traffic. So I go through the TV every now and then, and you see these cop shows. Whenever I see a dash cam where a cop's walking up on the left-hand side, do I watch it? Oh, yeah, something's going to happen here. And I'm watching one of these things. Some cop walks up on the left-hand side, like you saw earlier today, walks up the left-hand side. He's got his butt hanging out in traffic, and a van swerves off the road, sideswipes him, and knocks him down. And I'm watching this thing on the dash cam, and you see him pull himself up on the car, looks at that van, he runs back to his patrol car, jumps in the patrol car, chases this guy down, gets him stopped, and does what? Walks up on the left-hand side. Were your parents cousins? You just got hit there. You just got hit there. What are you thinking? So about 20 years ago, I got invited in to talk to the IATLS group. the state academy directors from around the country. How many of you still teach your cops to walk up on the left-hand side? And a whole bunch of hands go up. So I spent 10 minutes talking about the value of right side approaches versus left side approaches. And I laid it all out. And I could see people out there, ha, ha, uh-huh. 5 years later, I addressed the same group. How many of you still teach your people to make left-hand approaches, left side approaches? How many hands go up? All of them. All of them. What does it take? Right side approaches are much safer than left side approaches, much safer. You know, I teach this class called the Kavanaugh DUI School, and I've been doing this for 30-something years. And Bill Kavanaugh is a good man. He's got a good DUI school. I got an email from a cop within the last couple of years. Dear Mr. Graham, I am writing this email to you because I can. Wow, that's an interesting start. 20 years ago, I was in the Kavanaugh DUI school, and you talked about right side approaches. I never gave it any thought, but I started making right side approaches because what you said made sense. I am in my last year, sir. Last week, I made a right side approach. I was 20 feet off the roadway, but I always walk up on the right-hand side. While I was dealing with a driver, a car came off the road, wiped out the left-hand side of my patrol car, wiped out the left-hand side of the car I had stopped. Had I been there, I would be dead. Thank you. Does that make it all worthwhile? Yes or no? It absolutely does, folks. Right side approaches are much safer than left side approaches. Roadway incursions. What you heard today about respondersafety.com, that is just chock full with information. And what they said, every day, cops, firefighters, paramedics are being struck by passing traffic. This is not a black swan, folks. This is a gray rhino. There are control measures you can put into place to prevent this from happening, and there's a ton of information on respondersafety.com. And finally, seat belts. Seat belts. I did a lot of work for United Parcel Service. And at the time, Jack Casey was the president of United Parcel Service. And he and I went out to dinner one night in his car. We're driving along. There's a UPS truck in front of us. And Jack Casey says to me, Gordon, I will bet you $100,000 that driver's got a seatbelt on. I was unwilling to take the bet. But we pulled up alongside the UPS truck and looked in the open door. Did the driver have a seatbelt on? If you're a UPS driver and you get caught not wearing a seatbelt, you're done. You are done. Well, Gordon, that's rather draconian. No, rather draconian is almost half the cops who die in traffic collisions are not wearing a seatbelt. Well, Gordon, I'm exempt from the law. You're not exempt from the laws of physics, my friend. You are not exempt from the laws of physics. Wear that seatbelt. Wear that seatbelt, please. They don't even call it a seatbelt anymore. Everything's changed. Used to call them seatbelts. Now they got a fancy name for them. They're called a restraint. What the hell do they call them? They call them a restraint system. It's properly designed. It's up to date. All you got to do is wear the darn thing. And why don't cops wear seatbelts? Arrogance, ignorance, and complacency. Arrogance. I ain't wearing it. Ignorance. Complacency. Haven't had a problem yet. Sooner or later, all the holes in the Swiss cheese are going to line up. I've actually had cops tell me this. If I ever need it, I'll put it on. By the time you recognize the need, is the event over. I am alive times 3. 3 times. Seatbelt saved my life. Get that seatbelt and wear it. And if you're a supervisor, set the proper example and enforce the policy. Now, I'm running out of time, but there's 3 basic rules of risk management that I cover in every program. Basic risk management rule number 1, the errors you're going to make can be predicted from the errors already made. What does this mean? There's no new ways to get in trouble. Planes have figured out no new ways to crash. Restaurants have figured out no new ways to poison people. Mines have figured out no new ways to collapse. Ships have figured out no new ways to sink. Firefighters have figured out no new ways to die. Cops, have we figured out any new ways to get in trouble? Oh, no. There's variations on a theme, but there's no new ways, folks. There are no black swans here. These are gray rhinos. They've happened before. They'll happen again. Basic risk management rule number 2, there's always a better way to stay out of trouble. Those thoughts by the chief earlier today on continuous improvement. Anything you can quantify, anything you can measure, we've got to establish a metric for. We got to get better and better and better at what we do. Our public deserves better than minimum standards. Our personnel deserve better than minimum standards. Our profession deserves better than minimum standards. We got to continually improve our operations. And basic risk management rule number 3, predictable is preventable. Identifiable risks are manageable risks, folks, and you're the ones who can go back and do something about this. Please, if nothing changes on your department in the next 30 days, everybody who's been here today has wasted their time with you. You can do something to better protect our personnel and in terms better protect our great public, because that's what everybody in public safety is all about, is preservation of life for our great public and our personnel, and you're the people who can do it. So my time is up, ladies and gentlemen. To all of you, good luck, good health, goodbye. God bless you. God bless America. And please keep your soldiers, sailors, Marines, airmen, and Coast Guard personnel in your prayers tonight, because without them right now, would this nation be in a much bigger mess? And let's go back and take traffic safety seriously. Thank you so much for inviting me here. Good day to you all. Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you. And how about that, pal? Right on time. Right on time. You betcha. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. Wow. All right. Right. Wow. We weren't disappointed. So let's take 10 minutes, please. We're going to queue up the last session here. And then we'll get you guys outside. You can look at the simulators, and we'll get your swag bags, and that'll be the end of what I hope has been a meaningful and rewarding day. Thanks. What else can I do for you?
Good.
You're all set?
Good.
Okay. Well,
Thanks
thank
for
you
everything.
again so much. I appreciate it. All right, folks, it's about 3:05. Let's get into our last couple of informational pieces and sessions. A quick reminder for everyone is once we're done with this final session, again, that L3 Harris simulator, if you want to go look at that, take advantage of that. If you haven't already, many of you have, please feel free to look at the museum. There are a lot of interactive exhibits that are kind of fun. There's some pretty amazing pieces of history in here. Things from a lot of high profile cases, DC sniper case, just to name one. If you haven't watched the video of the Air Florida crash, take a few minutes to learn why that helicopter is in this museum from the 1982 crash that happened here in the Potomac. Definitely avail yourselves of these things. You know, you get the whole museum sort of to yourself right now. There are a few people visiting the museum, but there are not that many in today. The gift shop is also open, so please feel free to avail yourself of that. So let's move on. We've got two final presentations, and then I'm going to do my lighting fixture QVC portion of the show. I don't want to call it a show. It's not a show. But I do want to be able to showcase what is going on out there in terms of what the products are like that are increasing lighting safety for law enforcement. And that's what the last three things are that I'm going to show you. So I want to introduce Lieutenant Commander Melanie Fowler. MSCSP is an environmental health officer in the United States Public Health Service and a safety and occupational health specialist with the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, otherwise known as NIOSH. Their Division of Safety, Research, Surveillance, and Field Investigations Branch, Field Investigations Team in Morgantown, West Virginia, for the NIOSH Fatality Assessment and Control Evaluation. That's FACE. I asked her to, I caught her and I said, would you please tell everybody what FACE is? But that's exactly what it is. Melanie has been with NIOSH since 2007. She has been a commissioned officer in the United States Public Health Service since November 2011. Melanie has a Bachelor of Science degree in Information Systems Management and a Master of Science in Safety Management from West Virginia University, and earned her Certified Safety Professional Certificate in 2020. Without further ado, please welcome Melanie Fowler.
Thank you. It is my pleasure and honor to be here to talk to you today about the important work that we do at CDC NIOSH. All right. So the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, or NIOSH, is the only federal research institute charged with studying ways to improve working conditions for U.S. workers. We're located within the CDC and do not regulate occupational safety and health laws. So we are not OSHA. We get that a lot. Are you OSHA? No, we're not OSHA. We study research, and research is data-driven, and we work within multidisciplinary teams in all industries and occupations, including police officers. Our main goal is to generate new knowledge in the field of occupational safety and health, and then transfer that into practice. As we mentioned, the Division of Safety Research, the mission for the Division of Safety Research is to address the safety issues in the workplace, and it's the focal point for traumatic injury research at NIOSH. Through our research, we identify, reduce, and prevent work-related injuries and deaths across all industries, and our research programs are listed here, but specifically I'm going to talk to you today about the field investigations. So why do we research these workplace fatalities? So in the last 10 years, you can see these are the fatal occupational injuries in the last 10 years. This equates to approximately 15 U.S. workers die on the job from traumatic injury a day. Within DSR is the Fatality Assessment and Control Evaluation Team, which is the team that I fall under. We are a small team, as you can see. So in an effort to address the deaths, the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health Fatality Program, FACE program, and state FACE programs, which I'll go over in just a second about the differences between the two. We study workplace injuries and prepare reports and write recommendations, find out what the contributing factors are of these injuries, write prevention recommendations, and we prepare these reports and it hopes that we can prevent similar deaths in the future because worker safety matters. So as I mentioned, there's two components of the FACE program. The objective is to identify work situations at high risk for fatal injury and to formulate and disseminate prevention strategies to those who can intervene in the workplace, or you all. Two components of FACE consist of NIOSH FACE, which began in 1982. This is underneath the Division of Safety Research that I mentioned. It's the fatality investigation team where we receive case identification from state and federal agencies. In addition, we have targets for causes of death that have included confined spaces, electrocutions, machine-related, falls from elevations, working youth, logging. And then state FACE began in 1989, and currently we have 8 state health or labor departments that have cooperative agreements with NIOSH for conducting their own surveillance for targeted investigations. And they do their own target investigations based on the NIOSH targets as well as their own state targets. And currently we have California, Kentucky, Louisiana, Massachusetts, Michigan, New York, Oregon, and Washington. Again, the primary intent of this program is to provide interested users from across the nation full text of hundreds of fatality investigation reports. What happened? Let's prevent it from happening again. In addition to the FACE program, we have the Firefighter Fatality Investigation and Prevention Program. I'm curious, though, of those of you in the room here, how many were already aware of what the NIOSH FACE program was? Okay. How about the NIOSH Firefighter Fatality and Investigation Program? A few. So about the same amount of numbers. I'm a little shocked that the Firefighter Fatality Investigation Program is a little bit more known because there are more investigations. In 1998, Congress had recognized the need to address the national problem of work-related firefighter deaths. Then they funded NIOSH to implement a firefighter safety initiative, which in turn is the NIOSH Firefighter Fatality Investigation Program. They study workplace firefighter fatalities. Since the program start, NIOSH had investigated approximately 40% of firefighter-related fatalities. So that brings me here. From 2014 to 2017, NIOSH had a project funded by an interagency agreement with NIJ to conduct law enforcement officer motor vehicle crash and struck by fatality investigations as a pilot study. Why? Because line of duty deaths from crashes are preventable. We've heard that today. The data on crashes was hard to come by and little evidence on how to prevent them. There was minimal research into the risk factors. So we thought, could NIOSH model of investigating occupational deaths work in law enforcement? So where we investigate, develop the report and recommendations and share within the law enforcement community. So under this pilot study, there were 5 law enforcement officer fatality investigations, 2 of which were crashes and 3 were struck by, and I will go into further detail of those here in a minute. But the team is now moving forward with those investigations. The pilot study, as I mentioned, ended in 2017. So we took one of our target areas as a FACE, fatality assessment and control evaluation, FACE team. We took one of our target areas as law enforcement officer motor vehicle fatality investigations. So we're continuing to do those even though the pilot study has ended. Situations studied under this include motor vehicle crash while in pursuit, patrol, emergency response, or commute between duty station, struck by motor vehicle while operating at a traffic stop, roadblock, other emergency situation, or just assisting other motorists, and law enforcement officer ground vehicles, and we excluded motorcycles for this study. The first step of our investigation, we evaluate the location where the death occurred and examine the work site and collect facts about what happened both before, during, and after the event. The investigations follow the public health model, and they're conducted on a cooperative basis. So we're not going to come into a department without the department allowing us to be there. We interview law enforcement officers, and this is a prime basis of our investigations is the interviews. So we interview these law enforcement officers, agency witnesses, again, on a cooperative basis. And these investigations are impartial and transparent, and we do not place blame. We also do not name any names in our report, any personal identifiers in our reports, so that anybody could read them and we can't tell exactly who we're talking about. It's just, it's a study, it's a case study. We learn from it. And that's the intent of this, is to write these reports so that anybody could read them and they can learn something from them. So some sources for our investigation include site visit training SOPs, the police academy instructors, witnesses, non-civilian witnesses, firefighters, EMS responders, dash camera videos, department reports and reconstruction reports, and the coroner and medical examiner report. The next step, the investigators analyze the data that's collected and they create a report. The reports are anonymous, as I mentioned, do not place name of the worker, witnesses, or others involved in the incident, and don't place blame. The report just simply describes what happened, the contributing factors, and has prevention recommendations and some lessons learned. The fourth step is the report is then given to the company or the department and where the incident occurred for them to do some fact check, and they can provide comment to. We also send it out to subject matter experts so that they can check and make sure that we're on the right track when we're making these recommendations. Then the report is then published on our web pages, both the FACE web page as well as we have a law enforcement officer topic motor vehicle web page as well. So why study law enforcement officers specifically? Well, you've heard the numbers. You can see from this chart, 2011 to 2020, 1,762 line of duty deaths. 367 of those were vehicle crashes, 21% of the total. 131 were struck-bys. That's 7% of the total. Preventable fatalities. I know Nick had mentioned earlier about a crash investigation that we had done. As I mentioned, there were 2 crash and 3 struck by. For the sake of this presentation, I'm only going over the struck by, but the crash all involved speed, seatbelt wearing, multiple jurisdictions reporting at the same time, running into each other at an intersection, driving skills that did not match the roadway, high speed, wet road, coming off a sharp turn, made it very difficult. But for the sake of this presentation, I'm going to stick with the struck bys, and I'll show you why here in a second. This was actually the first of the investigation that we conducted underneath the pilot project involving an officer being struck on a interstate highway in New Mexico. As you can see from the photo, or can probably tell, it was icy roadway conditions. So this happened on December 5th, 2013. A sheriff's office sergeant was fatally struck. He was investigating several motor vehicle crashes on an interstate. He had been dispatched in response to reports of multiple minor motor vehicle crashes under blizzard conditions. There were disabled vehicles situated on the shoulder of the northbound and southbound lane, as well as in the median. So officers from state and county law enforcement agencies had responded to the scene, and during the response, the sergeant had crossed the highway to speak to another officer. He was facing traffic. However, a passing motorist lost control of his vehicle and slid onto the shoulder, striking the sergeant. He was transported to a nearby trauma center. He succumbed to his injuries the following day. We look at this and we say, okay, what happened? So here are some contributing factors that we found that are also written in the report. The weather, that's pretty obvious. This was an occurrence of a severe weather with little or no warning, causing low visibility and icy road surfaces. The motorist, not moving over or slowing down to a speed permitting to come to a complete stop if needed. Scene management and traffic control. There was multiple minor motor vehicle crashes in the same location within a short amount of time, which limited the resources to commit to this response. This was also a low frequency, high risk event, meaning the number and proximity of weather related crashes in the area were unusual. So you think about that, it's unusual. So are we really prepared for it? The second one involved a trooper being struck while investigating a crash on an interstate in Oklahoma. This one was a 30-year-old Oklahoma Highway Patrol trooper, and it occurred on January 31st. He had responded to a crash involving a tanker truck and was on the scene when it occurred. The tanker truck was overturned, blocking the westbound lane of the interstate and had extended into the median. The two troopers were standing in the westbound lane upstream of the lane closure in the area that was partially blocked to traffic, but they had their backs to oncoming traffic. They were assessing the scene, and at that time, a motorist in the westbound lane partially left the roadway, went around the patrol car, and struck both troopers, fatally injuring one and critically injuring the other. Contributing factors in this include a distracted motorist. There's our D drivers. So by combining the phone carrier reports from the time that the motorist claimed that he began driving until the crash occurred, 144 cell phone transactions occurred. Within 16 minutes prior to the crash, the motorist sent or received 19 text messages, more than one text per minute. So this is a prime example of a distracted motorist. This case, the driver was criminally charged with first-degree manslaughter as well. So another contributing factor in this would be the visibility in the weather. It was dark, rainy, wet roadway. The law enforcement officers were standing in a partially blocked lane of traffic upstream from the lane closure. They had their backs to the direction of oncoming traffic. They weren't aware of their situation. The incident occurred during scene size up, so there was a lot of moving pieces initially when this goes on. There were also roaming civilians that were distracting the law enforcement officers, and there was issues with the 911 communications. I was not the lead author on this one, so I don't know the exact details, but other than that there were issues with the communication system. This next case is actually the case that I was involved as the lead investigator on, so I know it well. If you have questions, I would prefer you choose this one. No, I'm kidding. But I was the lead author and investigator on this incident, and involved a 25-year-old police officer that was struck by a motorhome and a trailer combination on an interstate in Tennessee on a highway. He had responded to a jackknife trailer and truck combination, and the truck was blocking the on-ramp to an interstate. So he was there to assist with traffic control. So he positioned his patrol unit south of the ramp in lane 3, and a Tennessee Department of Transportation help truck. Is anybody familiar with what those are? Yes. Okay. A help truck had positioned their vehicle in lane 4 and on the shoulder of the road. So this is a diagram, and this kind of give you an idea of what happened in the path of the motorhome from left to right. The red line represents the path of the motorhome, and the yellow big block is the motorhome. Back here in the about middle of the screen is the patrol unit of where the officer, the fallen officer's vehicle, as well as the Tennessee Department of Transportation help truck. And it's kind of small to see, but the two individuals standing between their vehicles. So this is the path of the motorhome, showing, let's see, they were facing each other. Between their two vehicles, they were discussing traffic when a large motorhome pulling a trailer was traveling towards them. The Tennessee Department of Transportation help truck operator realized that this motorhome's not stopping or merging as everybody else has, and he ran and was able to escape. Whereas the police officer had turned facing the motorhome and began waving his arms to try to get his attention. Yelled, "Look out!" And unfortunately, the motorhome took the path in between the two vehicles, struck the officer, and drug him for 117 feet. The motorist told the investigating officer that as he approached the crash scene, he saw a dynamic messaging sign approximately 2 miles prior to this incident that read right lane closed ahead. Well, right, 2 lanes were closed ahead. So he kept traveling the speed limit thinking, I have time, I'm going to get over, but he claimed that traffic in lane 1 and 2 was so dense it prevented him from merging over again. This is a motorhome pulling a trailer as well. So he took what he considered the path of least resistance, and he chose to drive between the police vehicle and the Tennessee Department of Transportation help truck, knowing that the police officer was standing between the vehicle. So the crash investigation unit had investigated this incident, and during their investigation, they used an older police department command vehicle that was similar in size and geometry of this motorhome that struck the officer to recreate the motorist actions. Because the motorist had claimed 900 feet, he came around a blind curve and he couldn't see it. So to recreate this, I can see this in this photo. Can you? It's clearly visible. The investigator also used mathematical computations to determine if the motorist should have been able to see the patrol unit and the help truck to perceive the situation and stop within 900 feet. After viewing photographs taken from the scene, it was determined that the motorist didn't begin braking until he came in contact with the police officer. At this time, he applied emergency braking. Given the viewing distance, it was concluded that the motorhome driver should have been able to stop in time with normal braking. Contributing factors in this incident include the motorhome driver did not slow down and merge left, traffic control in the location of the law enforcement officer and the vehicle position. You can see there's just enough room in between those two vehicles. Had the patrol unit maybe been staggered a little bit or the larger vehicle been on the inside, there's, some back and forth with vehicle positions. The law enforcement officer was also looking away from oncoming traffic. And there was a delay in updating that dynamic message sign. As I mentioned, it said right lane closed ahead, not right 2 lanes closed ahead. So to stop this disturbing trend, we have developed an infographic based on the lessons learned from those 3 NIOSH-based law enforcement officer motor vehicle struck by fatality investigations, which I believe you have a copy of or will have a copy of in your swag bag. I encourage you, as a matter of fact, I challenge you to place these in a prominent location within your department to remind your officers the steps that they should take. These are some good prevention recommendations when they are working at traffic stops. And if you happen to do that, feel free to send me a picture of it. I'd love to see it. I'm sure the crew that helped create this would love to see that as well. So going through these recommendations, the first is to maintain situational awareness. We talk about keeping your head on a swivel. Especially while working in a temporary traffic control zone. There are many reasons why motorists fail to move over. They can be vision impaired, under the influence of drugs or alcohol, distracted, have medical conditions that affect their judgment and abilities. So officers should train and work under the premise of if it's moving and you're not driving it, it's out to kill you. So think about that. I mean, that's pretty serious. If you're not the one that's in control of it, the only thing that you can control is yourself. They should also wear the ANSI-approved tearaway high visibility vest when working outside. Anytime you're exposed to vehicle traffic or working around traffic, wear that vest. The more clearly visible that you are, the more likely someone's going to see you and won't hit you. Follow your agency's standard operating procedures on temporary traffic control zones. SOPs allow for all officers to make decisions rapidly, build confidence through knowledge in the procedures that will be the same in all incidents. This enhances efficiency, effectiveness, and safety. SOPs should address what resources are needed for various types of incidents for temporary traffic control for roadways and highways within a jurisdiction. And fourth, understand the incident command structure. ICS is a management system designed to integrate resources to effectively attack a problem. ICS has flexibility to accommodate varying sets of circumstances. It uses a systems approach for command and control of incidents involving response from single or multiple jurisdictions or agencies. It allows agencies to effectively manage emergency incidents and ensure the safety of all responders. Designates the specific duties of all participants and determines who will oversee the scene with responsibility for monitoring the overall response. So again, this infographic can also be printed from our NIOSH web pages that I mentioned. And again, you have a copy of it now. For daily briefings and trainings displayed in a prominent location to remind officers how to protect themselves while they're outside of their patrol car. So again, I challenge you to do that. We also have an upcoming report. As I mentioned, we did these 5 fatality investigations underneath that pilot project. So we're continuing doing these investigations again under the FACE program as law enforcement officer motor vehicle fatality investigations as one of our target areas. So we have an upcoming report that involved a officer struck while assisting on with a temporary traffic control on interstate in Texas. This one involved an officer being struck by an individual that was under the influence of a central nervous system drug. It's prescription. And again, this is one of those D drivers, you know, even though it was a legally prescribed medication, the dosing may not have been right for the individual. But this is an upcoming report. It should be posted fairly soon. We're still working on the review process, but we're getting there. So I can't go over contributing factors at this point until it gets approved. But I encourage you to go to the website and you can read the full reports of those investigations and future ones that we do as well. I just want to take a quick second here to mention our partner support. So across our studies, we partnered with many agencies and stakeholder groups. This is only a sampling of some of those partnerships over the years, but I just wanted to highlight that our projects and our outputs are not possible without the help and the support of many groups, agencies, and officers. And that concludes my presentation. Any questions?
Thank you, Melanie. Yeah, thanks. Lieutenant Commander Fowler, thank you so much. And I wonder if did everybody know that the CDC NIOSH does that? Did they? I bet you a lot of people watching may not have known that they do these investigations. And that investigation into the New Mexico crash, for me, as I read it, and I think I was a reviewer on one of the cases, I don't remember which, but one of the things that struck me, and I think it's important for everyone here, she mentioned ICS, and that could fall into play when you get out there. And in that case, they had a sheriff's deputy. I think they actually had a dog catcher or somebody who was out there, and then a state patrol officer, all doing different things. But it was clear, again, this is my opinion based on what I recall from the reading, is that somebody needed to come out and address the ice and the roadway and shut it down because they kept having crashes. And it was just a sad fact when the sergeant he was a young sergeant. He was trying to get all this stuff together, was crossing the road, trying to manage all of this. And I think in that situation, people might have been unsure, who has the authority to, who can I shut the roadway down? What, you know, who calls DOT, all that kind of stuff. So using ICS, and one of the other interesting things in that was somehow a fire chief ended up with his firearm when he was being loaded into the ambulance. I don't know how that happened. I used to investigate police shootings. I don't know how the fire chief ended up with the officer's sidearm, but again, we want to make sure we follow proper procedures. But I think these investigations are incredibly, incredibly useful. So we're going to take a minute. I'm going to invite Josh Schultz to come up here. And we're going to get him squared away. I just wanted to mention a couple of other things. Law enforcement has to be open to these investigations. The fire service does it. There's a regular routine. There's a culture of safety. And Melanie mentioned several times, we're not assigning blame. We're not assigning blame. And we know how police agencies are. They don't want other people coming in, getting into their business, right? We have to allow that. We have to allow people to come in. We can't be afraid of it, even if we get criticism, because we're trying to make it better. So if we're so insular in our profession that we can't let people look at what we're doing, I think Gordon would agree with me. That's a problem. That's a problem. It should be Josh Schultz right there, right up there. Next one up. So I want to introduce Josh Schultz. He is with Carfax for Police. You may wonder, okay, why is Carfax for Police going to talk to us? We work with Carfax for Police on a number of webinars. They've been very supportive of the work we've been doing, and they share in a lot of things we've done with the National Law Enforcement Roadway Safety Program and other entities that we've put on webinars to inform folks. And he's got some tools that are going to assist law enforcement that I want him to tell you about that'll help talk about clearances and some of the things that his organization offers that it can improve safety for law enforcement. And then when he's done, I'm going to show you some cool lights and we're out of here. Thanks, Josh.
Awesome. Thank you. Just want to take a second, have everybody get a hand to Nick for putting this event together today. This is great. He called me yesterday. I'm sure it was a lot of work. It's been a busy week, right? Yeah, I can't imagine. Thanks, everyone. So my name is Josh Schultz, as Nick said. My bio is not nearly as cool as anyone else in the room. I'm just a guy from Scranton, but I'm here from Carfax for Police. I always joke with my team, I'm always the least important person in the room in these things. So I really appreciate the opportunity to speak about what we do at Carfax. So to start us off, I'm just going to kind of go through like a history of where we started with Carfax for Police and kind of where we're going. So really started with a really simple idea, which was to power investigators with the most unique vehicle history information that helps them solve crimes. 29 billion with the B records, the most extensive vehicle history database in the world. We have it and it's free for law enforcement. I'll say that again. Todd said it before, it's free. You want a coupon? Cool. Don't need one. It's free. It's a simple exchange of your accident information for all these free tools. I'll go through a little bit of them, but again, it is completely free. And this is a great slide, and Sheriff Wetzel actually set me up really well for this slide because he talked about, you know, nobody walks to and from a crime, right? They drive, right? So there's always a vehicle involved, and when you have 29 billion records, it's being updated daily. It's a really powerful database to help you solve crimes. Here's where we get all the information from, ton of different sources, from law enforcement to auctions to dealerships to aftermarket shops to DMVs. Pretty much anywhere that we can get information about vehicles from, we'll get it. OEM manufacturers, when they're first born as vehicles, we get it. And again, 29 billion with the B, 7 million new pieces of information added every day. And it's one thing to say, hey, it's a lot of information, right? But what it also is very fast. We load that 7 million records in about 90 minutes. So if you're looking for information on a vehicle, it's going to show up and it's going to show up quickly. Unlimited access. Again, these are all completely free. These are all the tools you would get as a partner with Carfax for Police, from the vehicle history report itself, which gives you a very good extensive history of the vehicle, where it's been, where it's going, where it was bought, where it's sold, where it's serviced. We partner with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. They find human traffickers and bring home missing children by using these tools. It's a great story. Partial license plate search, only 3 characters, could be anywhere in the plate. We've had great success stories with this for hit and runs, bank robberies, really good success with it. VIN alert, you put an alert on a vehicle. Anytime it shows up in our database, we'll send you an email immediately letting you know where it is and where it's been. The Crash Report Center has millions of accident reports from any agency that's partnered with us. High mileage alerts is going to give you information on vehicles that have an unusually high amount of miles. No vehicle comes off the lot with 35, 40,000 miles. If you run a Carfax report as an investigator and the first thing you see is 40,000 miles, something's wrong with that vehicle and you want to do some more investigating. We've got a mobile app where you can access these tools. Quick Counter where you can actually sell your crash reports to citizens. Any revenue generated goes back to your agency. We don't keep anything. We charge no convenience fees. And then my specialty in my world, which is why I'm here today, eCrash and driver exchange in the traffic world. And again, I'll say it again, no cost for data sharing partners. So for me in the traffic safety side, I'm the traffic solutions manager. I'm kind of focused on 2 things at once. And one is helping to educate the general public on why slow down and move over matters. If you think about Carfax and the brand we have, everybody's probably known Carfax. You've bought a car, you've ran a Carfax report. Consumers know the brand, they trust it. We're trying to use our social media platform through Carfax, not just Carfax for Police, to educate the general public on why slow down and move over matters, because it saves first responder lives. It helps. It's the easiest thing you can do. It doesn't take any time. All you got to do is slow down, move over, give that first responder some more space to work on the side of the road. So we're focused on that front. And then within law enforcement, we're actually focused on clearing the road quicker. Nick mentioned it a little bit. So how do we do that? Clear crashes faster, right? We've heard that so much today. How do we get off the side of the road faster? It's critically important. Driver exchange is a tool that can help your agency do that. We work with a lot of agencies in Virginia, actually, and a lot of them were still handwriting. They're still handwriting these information exchanges and these crash reports today in 2022. We should ask ourselves, why are we still doing that? We talk to agencies all the time, and we'll have a conversation around driver exchange. How's your experience? What's your feedback on it? And they'll come to us and say, it's great. I really like it. It's much more efficient. It makes my job easier. It saves me about 30 minutes per crash, gets me off the side of the road faster. And I'll say, that's awesome. That's great. When can we train the rest of your traffic unit on it? And they'll say, well, they're kind of stuck in their ways. I don't know. I can't quite get them to check it out. We got to stop doing that. We can't handwrite information exchanges in 2022. There's digital tools that can help you do it quicker. And how do we do it quicker? By scanning the information quickly from a license. You could also put in the state and the license plate and pull in all the vehicle information very quickly. We don't want officers standing on the side of the road handwriting VINs, right? Is it a 1? Is it an L? Is it an N? Is it an M? We don't know what it is. It's raining. It's dangerous. It's wet. We can't see anything. There's no reason to handwrite these today. Technology has advanced a long way, and we really need to be using these digital tools. It'll auto-populate, auto-save as you move through it. It's got touch diagrams, drop-down menus for efficiency. So very easy to use. It could be used on a mobile app. It could be used on your MDT and your cruiser. All the scanning capabilities work for both of those. And it's completely cloud-based as well. It's also got built-in redaction for the citizen, so party 1 can't see party 2's personal identifying information, which is important in today's privacy age. Through Crash Doc, so what happens if you're an officer and you use our driver exchange tool? They're not going home with the paper copy. They're going to lose it. They're going to call your records department 2 days later. Hey, I lost that exchange. I don't know anything about party 2. Now what do I do? You can email it to them. You could resend it at any time. It's digital. It's efficient. They can get it right before they leave the scene and have everything they need to start their insurance claim quickly. And reports never expire. So no matter when they go looking for it, they're going to be able to find it and find it very easily. They print it, save it as a PDF, get it over to their insurance company, and they have everything they need to resolve their insurance claim. This is a sample driver exchange report, just to give you an idea. Much more neat, much more clean, right? It's not handwritten. It's not scribbled on. We can't read what it is. I've heard stories about officers writing driver exchanges on napkins. I mean, we could do better than that, and it's completely free. And again, everything is saved on the cloud. We're actually coming out with brand new features within Driver Exchange that we're hoping is going to enhance the ability to respond to crashes more efficiently in a smarter way. And how do we do that? Officer operated reporting is going to really be the traditional method, right? You're going to the scene, you're helping the citizen capture their information and send it to them before they leave. But what if you could also send it while you're on your way, right? What if you could send it to the citizen, have them collect very basic information? They know their name, they know their vehicle. They're going to be able to input that information. It starts the process and it expedites the process. What if they were able to capture that information if you weren't able to get there for a small fender bender in a parking lot? Saves your agency time. And what if you're able to send it to them and have them help exchange while you're on scene investigating, clearing traffic, setting up traffic incident management? So we're coming out with these new features to help make the accident responding process much more efficient. This is just going to walk through again. Officer operated is a traditional method. You're going to the scene, you're capturing the information and helping them exchange it. Officer guided, when you need to investigate or clear the scene, citizens can begin entering that information and you can jump in when you're ready and take control. We actually built it specifically so that officers can take control at any time they need to and help the citizens. Again, the officer would always have control of it. Citizen self-reporting, if you can't get there, if your agency policy doesn't permit for it, if you don't dispatch the minor crashes, you're able to send them this information. They can easily collect their own information instead of just texting each other. We've heard, the horror stories about that as well, right? You're exchanging all this personal information. Within this, it's going to be redacted information and focused on what they need to start their insurance claim. Remote start reporting, if you can't get there right away, send it to the involved parties and get the crash report started in advance of your arrival. So how it would work within the driver exchange tool. So they'd actually receive this invitation. The citizen can get it via text, email, or URL. They simply enter a code. They're able to start entering their very basic information. Again, that's all it is. I mean, everybody, it's just like signing up for a basic account. They know their name, their email, their information around their vehicle. They put that information in. They can actually hold up a QR code, show party 2, hey, the police department directed me to capture my information. This is what you do. You scan this, you're able to put your information in. It's very easy to use. It's going to collect that very basic information, as I said, and finish that information in less than 15 minutes. We've actually run some really cool analytics lately as we've kind of rolled out this driver exchange tool across the country. And I'm happy to report that on average, agencies are able to clear the crashes within under 17 minutes. So it's very quick. It's very efficient. They're getting everything they need to the citizens, and they're clearing the scene quickly. And that's really what we're looking to do at Carfax for police. So with that, I'm going to play a quick video just around an agency who's been using the driver exchange tool, just talking about the benefits of using it. So you heard Jeff touch on it a little bit, but obviously being aware of your surroundings when you're at the scene of a crash, right? Not sitting there, standing there, handwriting the information, being able to capture it quickly, efficiently, being aware of your surroundings and clearing the scene quickly. So that's what we're looking to encourage. So if you're handwriting information exchanges today, please reach out to me. I'd love to talk to you about this free tool. And that's it for me today. Thank everyone for their great presentations today. Thank you so much, everyone.
Okay. No, I can do it without the lav. That's fine. I got a good voice. As I said, this is the QVC portion of our show. I'm going to start with a tool that you saw already today, and this is just going to take a couple of minutes. I first saw this when I was standing upstairs by the visitor services desk, and the U.S. Park Police officer had one of these on her lapel, and I was like, "What is that on your lapel?" And she had it up here, and this thing has a magnet. Let me make sure I have. This is called a guardian angel light. Okay, that snaps right up there, sits up nice, right? If you push it, pretty bright. If you're on the roadway walking, you're on the right-hand side, people coming up and driving can see you. As you look at these things and you think about, see if I can douse that for a second. Think about blue on blue shootings. We have about 2 a year. You have an officer chasing somebody, and the officer can let other officers know where they are, right? I mean, you don't want to let the bandit know where you are, but if you're in a foot pursuit and you want to make sure you're not having a conflict and you can deconflict that, I think this is a good tool. This is the Guardian Angel light, and there's a QR code in your bags for you to receive a sample one of these if you would like. It helps with hands-free. So gone are the days of the flashlight in the crook of your arm, right? While you've got your radio and you're holding out the license and you're trying to run a wanted check, because you can turn this on, set this button to the front. Excuse me. Let's see if I can get it. There we go. You got a light. See what it's doing in the back. Now, if I'm walking down the road, is that going that way? Yes. For those of you at home, is that going, I mean, out there, is that going that way? Right. So this is a good safety tool. And it has an infrared light. And so it's got an, let me make sure I get it correctly. These lights can be seen from 5 miles, and it's got a 850 nanometer infrared light. So if you have an aviation unit that has a infrared setting on it, you can find an officer if this thing is on. So I think there's a lot of versatility with this. You already saw Todd has one. It comes in green and yellow. The blue and red is for law enforcement. This is a good tool. Again, I know we're all running around here like Batman, but this is a good thing to have. And it's all about increasing our visibility so people can see us. And for the purposes of today, we don't get struck. Next thing I want to show is the Beacon for Life. And the Beacon for Life company has been very generous, and they've donated one of these in each of your bags for you to test. And there's a code for 10% off if you want to buy one. Again, I know this sounds like QVC. The whole point of this is for me to simply let you know what's out there. I'm not trying to hawk stuff. But the code is NLETSS, NLETS. Everybody should know what NLETS is. If you use that code, you can get 10% off. This can be used as a flashlight, but it also sets up as a roadway flare. And I don't want to lose my sound, but if you can see, it has this attachment that sits up there. I think Todd had a video of these. You can also attach it to a traffic cone, so it can sit in a traffic cone for even higher visibility. And of course, I think you can change the flash pattern if you want to, right? So it's very versatile. This end here turns into a flashlight. So if you also need a flashlight on the scene to direct traffic, or you want to put the extension cone on it, you can do that as well. And I'm going to see if I can turn this off because it's really bright. There we go. Okay. Similar to that, and the folks at Power Flare, we were at the NSA show. The folks at Power Flare also shared one of their roadway safety flares. And I mentioned the flares we all grew up with, striking out there on the roadway. And yes, they work, and I'm not trying to disparage them, but perhaps there's another way to go. This is a power flare, similar in nature to the Beacon for Life, but perhaps some different applications. Very versatile. You hold it down, and it can set a different sequencing pattern. Let's see, I may not be holding it long enough. It can set, you can put it down on the roadway. It has a cone attachment. It's magnetic. Right? So it'll sit on top of the cone. These just hook onto the top of the cone. At the display case for this, the guy had it submerged in water. He had it in a water tank. And then the other thing he was doing, I'm not going to do it. But while we were there, he was showing how they work, and he was bouncing them off the floor and catching them. So they're durable. I think these are all durable, but it was pretty funny. He's sitting there in the middle of the vending row on the NSA, bouncing this and catching it in the air. So these are tools that we should look at using. These can help increase visibility. They all have good long battery life. So flares last 20 minutes, and then you're striking more flares. These last a lot longer. They're durable. Batteries is what you have to invest in. I believe the batteries on both of these are rechargeable. So these are just tools that we should consider to help illuminate crash scenes or investigative scenes. The last thing I want to mention is Barrier by Design. I believe there's a representative for Barrier by Design here. These are things that we couldn't demonstrate today. You have information on them in your swag bags, but basically, and we all know the problem of gawking, right? There's a crash on the side of the road, and everyone in the oncoming lane is slowing down. They want to see what's going on, and it leads to secondary crashes across the roadway. And I mentioned Heavy Rescue 401. There was an episode where they were showing these OPP officers who were over the Jersey barrier trying to get cars to move by as they were all gawking to see a semi crash. One driver had the audacity to stop and roll down his window so he could take a picture. And the OPP officer was losing his mind. He wanted to go over the barrier, and I'm sure either issue a citation or yank him out of the car. I don't know what. But I think these barriers that the company has are another good tool to just eliminate that. It also can protect a crime scene. It can protect your crime scene from weather. But I think these are all tools people need to start looking at for better scene safety, better traffic management, and saving our officers' lives. So I want to thank you all for coming today. I want to thank everybody who joined us virtually. Go ahead, Todd.
If the people will have a card in the flag bag.
Yes.
If you do the QR code, you will get a free guardian angel light sent to you. So take advantage of that as well.
Yep. And I want to thank the folks who are online. We actually, I think we got up to, it was well over 450 people joining us today. I believe the number went up with the number of people here in the audience. We're over 500 people who took the time to sit down and enjoy this and hopefully learn from it. And if we can do nothing but take what our panelists said and Gordon said and I'm saying is to move forward with this. Don't lose the energy. Let's go out and try and implement some of these things. We're going to issue a report. We're also going to put this production online so people who missed it can see it. Sorry, California and Washington State. I know we started at 8:15 or 8:45 our time, probably a little too early for you, but this is going to be made available to you. So thank you all. I want to thank our speakers and thank you all for coming. Last thing, if you're interested, we are going to show the new film that has been produced for the Memorial Fund. It's 22 minutes long. You don't have to stay for it if you don't want to. I want to make sure you take advantage of the simulator, the museum, the gift shop, but also if anyone is interested, it's a new film, which is very moving about law enforcement and the young people who are coming into it and some of the folks who are still doing this thankless job that, in my opinion, gets more difficult every single day. So if you're interested, please stay and we'll get Joe to cue it up. Again, thank you all very much. And your bags you'll get on the way out. As you go up the escalators, there are 2 escalators, go up the second escalator out and we'll have